I cannot believe we're at the end of the game already. But hopefully that means there's not going to be any suffering or any sadness or anything bad happening in this ending, because I swear to God, I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm done. I'm done with the misery. I just need the girlies to be happy. And I don't want any of those stupid princes coming in the way and doing their big one and ruining my day. Big nap for a big day. It's true. Oh. Speaking of big nap, you better take a big nap right now. And I'll continue. I will do a little recap. For everyone else, where we last left off. We got murdered again, as you do. Kind of brutally. I mean, the murder less so, but the events leading up to the murder really so. So we got Pregante, of course, with the new king. And things were kind of going okay. He's still kind of like a control freak, so there's that. But it wasn't going too badly. I mean, he did kind of say that we weren't allowed to speak or touch our child for like 3 months because we were unclean from the pregnancy. So, you know, it is what it is. And we were not having that. So, so then we bought back into, not Pahima, Nahima's perspective. And we were like, hey girl, it's time for you to come over. Like, the wait is done. You can move over here. The castle is falling. Things are not going well over at Papa's palace. So just come over here. It's good. We got a kid. You got to see the kid. But meanwhile, Papa is not doing good. He still fully believes that Kiona has faked her death and is run away. And now he's put 2 and 2 together. He figures out where we got sent. I don't know how he managed to even survive all of that, because he feels like kind of an idiot. And I feel like there's no way he would have been able to make a trip all across the country in his state. But whatever. Anyway, he's gone devious mode. And he's like, I'm gonna ruin Kiona's life. So he sinks his little teeth into a nugget of information that we now have a child, and he works his way into the palace and tricks Kiona into staying over. However, he's like, I'll just stay in one of the occupied rooms, like maybe the one with your children in it. Girlie, no. So I don't know what she was thinking, but she's like, okay, but we can't let my husband know, so you can stay in the room with my children. What? So I think she's doing this mostly to prove that she can run her own expenses, because he's trying to sell her something, and he's like, I won't take any money for it, but I will take one trip, one night in the castle. And she's like, okay, that's a sick deal, but I don't trust you. So she goes ahead, tells one of her maids to basically sedate him overnight. He overhears this, and he sedates her and her husband and all the other maids and stuff. And while everyone's asleep, he goes over to Kiona's bedside, takes her dagger, goes over to the children, and destroys them. Absolutely turns them into mushy meat. Then, while trying to run away, Karma gets his ass finally. He trips and falls and dies in the moat. Basically, he dies in poo water. And then Kiona and Husbando wake up, and they're like, oh no. But he sees it's her dagger, and he is just like, you killed our kids. They might not even be our kids. I don't know. You could be having an affair. I don't know. He's taking any excuse basically to be like, I want to get rid of you. You're annoying me. He's like, basically, I could never control you, and you are always annoying, so I'm gonna burn you at the stake. So Kiona's just like fed up. She's done. She's like, I'm not invoking the fairy. I'm done. Just let me die. But fairy brings her back anyway, because deep, 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 deep down, she did wish for herself to basically live. you know, in her thoughts of thoughts. And she's like, no, fairy, that's not what I actually wanted. I wanted to die. So she asks Fairy, can you give me a potion that will just kill me really quick? And Fairy's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to give you something that's going to kill you. And she's like, please, I'm done. Like, nothing's going well, please. So as she's about to drink the potion, Nahima runs in and she's like, I know everything. And then she drinks the potion and she's like, I had to do it to save you. And then Kiona resets the timeline again because she's like, no way, no how. Nahima's gonna die on my watch. And then we find out that Nahima made a deal with a fairy to forsake all of her karma, basically making her die instantly in order to retain her memories to save Kiona. And Kiona, now knowing this, is like, okay, fuck it. We're taking a whole new approach. She takes Nahima with her and she's like, we're gonna run away together. We're gonna live our lives together. So now Nahima is working on the farm with Fleur, and Kiona is working in the castle with Berthe. And the plan is they just work there for a bit, let time kind of like settle down, and eventually they can be together and it'll be great. And Nahima has been struggling to confess to Kiona, but every time she tries, Kiona kind of cuts her off, not knowing what she's trying to do. And Nahima's just like, I'll wait for a better time. But Nahima is now convinced that Kiona loves her because obviously she knows now that the big thing that she keeps sacrificing before she like dies, the reason why she doesn't invoke the fairy to just like save her is because she doesn't want Nahima to forget her. So now she's like, okay, clearly she loves me, but how do I get her to confess that, or how do I confess it to her? And that's the dilemma that she's going through. Anyway, now everything's been going really well. However, I saw that tagline and I was like, ooh, I'll save that for next time. I don't want to deal with anything bad right now. We've already had too many bad things. So, let us continue from where we were off to. Kiona and Nahima were only beginning to live peacefully, to have a taste of their hard-won freedom when trouble caught up with them again. They were meeting in the meadow, as per their usual arrangement, when Fleur barged in, breathless. Ruh-roh. Oh, volume's very soft. Up. Nahima, donkey skin! It's terrible! What is happening? Horse riders just keep knocking on my door. They asked me if I'd seen two maidens with dark skin. They said one of them was a princess and that by order of the king, her father, they'd execute anyone who dare hide them or protect them. But isn't he not part of this kingdom? Isn't this part of the other guy's kingdom? What did you answer? I said I'd never seen them, of course, but I made the connection right away. You're the two fugitives they're looking for, aren't you? The two women stared at each other, speechless. Which way did they go? They went to the neighboring farmers to interrogate them. They'll mention Nahima for sure since she recently arrived, and then they'll certainly come back to search the shack. Oh Lord, Princess, what are we gonna do? Let us try to stay calm and proceed methodically. Fleur, would you be so kind to lead the herd back to the castle for me? Go find Berthe, the head chef, and tell her that I am held up somewhere, and I am sorry. I don't mind, but what's your plan? The best we can do is hide in the forest for a while. We still have a chance to distance them. If they come back to ask you questions, tell them you did accommodate a traveler some time ago, but that she left. With a bit of luck, they will leave you alone. In that case, I'm gonna go to the Citadel at once. I wonder why they never came here before when it was just Kiona. Because this is still out of the king's territory. This is in the other king's territory. That's why we were safe here for the most part. Anyway, good luck to both of you. I pray that you'll be safe and we'll meet again. I hope so too, Fleur. damn it. After Nahima took the young farmer in her arms in gratitude for her hospitality, the two fugitives quickly entered the forest. I hope you have some food on you, because we are going to be badly affected by the lack of supplies. I'm very sorry about that, Princess. There's only a small flask in my saddlebag and nothing else. This will already be a great help. Thus, they walked in the woods for a long time, on the alert. When twilight was about to come out, Kiona suggested gathering food while they still could. Thus, they slowed down in order to pick berries, putting them in their saddlebags in preparation for the meager meal awaiting them that night. Drained by the unexpected hike, they set up a temporary camp in a clearing. Their makeshift shelter, made with branches badly hooked together, was hardly first-rate, as was their bed of moss and leaves, but they were satisfied with it. I don't know, it looks pretty good to me. There's more leverage for something like kidnapping or something. This fate fighting, I feel like it's fate fighting them back. As the setting sun was gradually giving way to the night, they took sustenance through the few berries collected and drop of water left in the flask before starting a tiny fire on a makeshift hearth made with a few rocks. Yet the puny flames were enough to soothe them. I have a feeling I am going to sleep poorly again. So am I. This moss will never be comfortable enough for my back. I was talking about my state of anxiety. With my father's horse riders on our heels, I cannot see myself getting any sleep. Would you like to talk? It might help you relax. That is kind of you, but I am far too nervous. Is it the thought of being captured by your father? Among other things. Above all, I am considering the consequences of my fight. For me, for you. For me? Well, yes. You have betrayed the king to follow me. There is no guarantee he is not going to sentence you to death for perfidy. The retainer's tired smile vanished instantly. Oh, I have not considered that. I thought the worst that could happen was you would have to return to the castle and get married. No, Nahima, he's definitely gonna kill you. We cannot rule out the possibility he will take revenge for my audacity by executing me as well. We could very well perish in the near future if luck is not on our side. The atmosphere became heavier than a leaden weight. The terror of realizing the gravity of her actions had made poor Nahima unable to speak. Sorry to have crushed her hopes, the princess attempted to clear the air. I think you are right. We should talk. If we were to die soon, I would like to leave with no regrets. Don't say that. That's not a way to calm her down. Therefore, if you do not mind, I suggest we say everything. Everything we have never dared to confess before. We can only emerge stronger. Here you go, Nahima. This is your chance. This is your big moment. Are you sure? I can start if that is more convenient. Of course, go ahead. Tell me everything, princess. It's not going to be the confession she's expecting. Regarding my godmother's power and what I have experienced, there are many things you are unaware of, and it makes me sick. I feel as if I am lying to you, concealing who I am. I already briefly mentioned the incident with Fleur and my life at the castle, but everything took a turn for the worst after that. Well, I suppose it had already begun long before that. The neighboring Lord Griseld hit me several times when I was serving him as a retainer. He too attempted to marry me against my will, and crucified me when I refused. I sometimes have nightmares about it. Oh my god, that's horrifying! At that time, I was still naive and optimistic. Then I met Thali. And who is Thali? The prince of a faraway kingdom. He wooed me and made me believe in his promises to the point where I became his concubine. I was expecting his first male child, but that coward was already married, and his wife became paranoid upon learning that he might repudiate her. She murdered both the newborn and me. I so badly wished I could show him to you. I wanted you to be his godmother. His passing destroyed me. I was not in full possession of my faculties anymore. I committed vile acts out of revenge. Vile acts? Consumed by anger and grief, I returned there to start everything again, and little by little, I began tormenting the domain's personnel. I would insult them, beat them, treat them like less than human. I would wail day and night like a maniac. Well, that you couldn't help. That bit I would say is not your fault. And then, I manipulated some of them. I schemed to dispose the sovereign's wife, and I neglected my child. I even cursed at my godmother. She was so furious she almost left me to die when they led me to the scaffold. I was at my lowest. I had no idea you could behave that way. That doesn't sound like you. I know. My awakening turned out to be life-saving. All at once, I realized how despicable I had been, how I had lost my way. My original wish, my desire to break free from these chains, was sincere, and I twisted it into something odious. It took me time to recover, to attempt to restart afresh. The next timeline, although more peaceful, ended just as badly and left me completely depressed. I'd lost the will to fight and tried to take my own life. You did that? That is when you stepped in to stop my hand. Yet I refused to listen to you. I was too hurt, a wreck. I could not handle it anymore. We fought. So that's what you were referring to when you stepped out of your bed. And what happened? Did I manage to talk you out of it? Fiona shrugged with a vacant look. Even worse, you chose to commit suicide right in front of me with the weapon I prepared for my demise. I did that? I do not know if you can grasp the effect it had on me. I was desperate, a wreck. No matter how I shook your body, you would not respond. I like that Nahima was like, oh my god, Kiona's finally gonna confess to me. And then she comes out with all of this. I'm sorry. Merely thinking about it makes me... Wild tears started streaming down her cheeks. I used Medea's magic so that you would come back. What else could I have done? I could not carry on alone. Oddly enough, when I saw you standing next to the door, I was so relieved I forgot everything I had been through. Nothing mattered as long as we were together again. I swore I would not abandon you anymore. That is why I dragged you along this time. I see. There you go. You now know the truth. Do you still like me after everything I have said? Do you still want to have me around, knowing the terrible things I have done? Oh, princess. I cannot deny that your actions upset me, or your story upsets me. It's a side of you I was completely unaware of, and it's indisputable your actions were wrong. But even so, never forget that I will always be there for you. Come what may, I will follow you to the end of the earth, even in hell if needed. And the very moment you repent, you will already be forgiven. That's an interesting way of putting that. Instead of, like, I guess, unwavering forgiveness, it's kind of like, the second you do repent for what you've done, I will forgive you immediately. Because it shows that she will unconditionally love her, but she will never let her actions go to the point of, like, I'll just, like, let anything you do slide. Is that true? You do not hate me? Well, even if I wanted to, I'm fundamentally incapable of hating you. I could never desert you when you mean so much to me. Besides, if you were to waver and lose your way again, I could become your conscience, the little voice guiding you to even in the darkest abyss. Laughing through her sobs, Kiona grabbed her friend and hugged her as tightly as she could. Oh, Nahima, if only you knew how happy I am. I feel so relieved, as if a burden had just been lifted from my shoulders. I have no idea how you managed to tolerate me. Eventually, she wiped her tears. What about you? Is there something you absolutely need to tell me? The servant had been dreading this moment. Of course, she had only one secret that had never been revealed before. The reason was very obvious. She was hesitant at first, as she could not get used to the idea that she had confessed her most shameful feelings. And then, the more she thought on it, the more she realized she had been silent for far too long. The threat of death was the last trigger. She had to do it. Hello, Helia! We have just had Kiona dump her entire life on Nahima, and it was very funny because Nahima definitely went into it like, oh my god, she's gonna confess to me, and then she confessed literally everything else. Clearing her throat, her eyes intensely fixed on the ground, she finally took the plunge. If truth be told, there is something I've been hiding from you for years. I did not want to worry you, and I was ready to take it to the grave with me, but since you have confessed far more serious things, it would not be fair on my part. Here goes. Earlier you asked how I could stay by your side come hell or high water. The truth is that I love you. Are you describing a form of devotion, or? No, it means far more than that. Naturally, I hold you in high esteem as a mistress, as a friend, but there is something else. My feelings for you go beyond mere fondness. Oh. I suppose it is a combination of romantic love and, physical attraction. I've always had a penchant for women. I just never dared to tell you about it. I was scared that you would be disgusted or you would reject me. Also, I was convinced my feelings were not mutual, so... Nahima's confession sowed seeds of doubt in the princess's mind. That her lady-in-waiting liked women hardly bothered her. After all, it was none of her business. The fact that she had feelings for her was another matter entirely. Oh lord, how long is she? Inappropriate question, very inappropriate. In no event should I be thinking about that, or I am never going to find sleep again. What could she even reply? The maiden certainly held a very special place in her heart. There was no doubt about it. But was it only enough to count as love? As Kiona was seriously pondering, her godmother's last words came to mind. Well, such intense feelings usually hide way more than just friendship. The fairy was not entirely wrong. The strong bond between the two women did raise questions. There was nothing unusual for two sisters or two friends. The heiress took this mystery philosophically. I like that she just confessed and Kyona's just going into philosophy in her head. Let us philosophically debate this question. What matters is not what happened in the past, what I might have felt for her. As needlessly tying myself into knots can only lead me nowhere. I need to focus on what I'm feeling right now and how I wish to see our relationship evolve. They are the same age, right? I'm pretty sure. They definitely grew up together. So I'm pretty sure they're like the same age. While she was deep in thought, Nahima was increasingly drooping with a sheepish look that Kiona found incredibly cute. Ah, she's 2 years older. Age gap. After all the relationships Kiona has been in. Not the age gap. Meanwhile, Kiona marrying a prince who's like 40 years older than her. Well, okay, that's an exaggeration, but basically. It suddenly appeared to her that she was perceiving her friend in a new light, as if this simple discussion had already triggered a change between them. The princess caught sight of a tiny piece of berry that had remained right at the corner of her retainer's mouth, which gave her a crazy idea. She had to put her own feelings to the test. Like an eagle swooping on its prey, she dived forward and kissed her. With her tongue, she went to explore her warm and moist mouth, immersing herself in her taste. Whoa, okay, Kiona! Fairly quickly, a familiar sensation spread to her whole body, like an unstoppable heat wave. She identified the feeling as what had driven her to throw herself in Lord Thali's arms, and what had intensified during their nights together. Arousal. We love a bi queen. It is quite embarrassing to admit, but I would not mind doing those things with Nahima. Kiona found the kiss to be to her liking, and considered that she was not as uncomfortable as she thought she would be. She deduced that she could very well enter a relationship and see where this would lead them. After all, I did bring her in this adventure with me. I must already be ripe for a change. It would not make sense to try to protect our friendship at all costs. And evidently, I like women just as much as men. Well, the princess, very pleased with her reasoning, was rationalizing her excitement all she wanted. Her poor lady-in-waiting had been in a state of shock all this time. I just... let us philosophize. Let us also experiment empirically and test it out. Bright red, her eyes as large as teacups. Nahima was shaking, unable to make a single sound. Oh, I think I might have broken her. Perhaps I should not have been so bold. Unable to resist the urge to overindulge, the young Moor pretended to be surprised so she could admire her reaction. What is wrong, Nahima? I thought we had always been a couple. Girl. The jest seemed to have worked perfectly. Pulled out of her altered state, the retainer began roaring and rolling her eyes. Do not give me that! You're making fun of me because I don't find this funny at all! Forgive me. You look so stunned. I just said the first thing that came to mind in hope that it would trigger a reaction out of you. It was effective. All right. I feel like I've just been run over by a carriage. But still, one does not play with people's feelings like that, not after what I told you. Seeing her depressed look, Kiona realized she had gone too far. Her friend seemed on the verge of tears. Forgive me. The joke might have been incredibly poor taste, I admit it, but I am absolutely sincere. Those last few minutes, I have been extensively reflecting on your declaration. I came to the conclusion that I have been unable to clearly determine my true feelings towards you for far too long, and I am tired of running away. So that's your form of experimentation? I thought that's what I needed. That we needed a catalyst. So here we go. The test has been conclusive. I think I'm ready to proceed to the next step. The next step? I do not know what the future holds, and I cannot promise it is going to work perfectly between us. But if you are okay with that, I agree to become more than a mistress. What does that mean? It means your feelings are mutual, silly. Don't make a fool of me, princess. I'd lost all hope ages ago, and it is too sudden. I cannot believe it. Yet you are going to need to get used to it. If I become your lady love. Oh, princess, the very thought of it makes me shake like a leaf. If you do not mind, I would like to set a condition to our relationship. Anything! Girl, don't just agree to anything. Please call me by my name. I have been asking you to tone down excessive formalism and that sort of thing for years now. It would make me extremely happy to hear you pronounce my name. I promise to try my best. That is a good start. Not knowing what to say, the two women stared at each other, and one thing leading to another, they burst into laughter. Within moments, their worries had magically disappeared, and it did them a world of good. And they lived happily ever after, right? Even so, they had to quickly regain their composure as far more pressing matters were awaiting them. How do we proceed now? Clearly we can't stay in this clearing forever. Our food and water supplies are completely empty. To be honest, I am not sure. I improvised our sly escape, but I have run out of ideas. You believe it would be best to talk about it tomorrow? We are both exhausted, and nothing good will come out of our brains. I have a feeling that a shelter is located not far from here, yet I cannot recall what makes me think so. How frustrating. Come now, Prince Kiona. It would not be reasonable to walk deeper into the forest in our current state. We would risk getting lost or worse. Can I wait? Okay, there we go. I'd say probably listen to her. You must certainly be right. There. I knew I would come to convince you. I'm worried. Maybe we should have gone, actually. Let us settle down as comfortably as possible and not think about it anymore. Tomorrow is another day. The heiress half-heartedly nodded. She could not shake the deep-rooted feeling that she was missing something, but decided to trust her companion all the same. Fuck, maybe we should have gone. What if the church was nearby? The two maidens lay down on their bed of moss and lost no time in reaching Morpheus's domain. Nahima was certain that she had made the right choice, that she had followed the most logical path, but their lack of information concerning their pursuers quickly proved disastrous. Oh no, did they find them? Fiona was roused from a sweet sleep at daybreak by the cold touch of metal against her cheek. She immediately shuddered, but it was too late. In gasp of horror, she only had time to perceive the hands reaching for her before promptly being captured by a stranger. Guards had invaded their place of rest during the night, surrounding them for good. A sideways glance let her know that her friend was given the same treatment. To ensure she would no longer be able to slip away, they brought rope to tie their hands. The Yuri police game! As she was struggling in vain, one of the men rolled out a parchment before her. Princess Kiona, you are accused of desertion. By order of King the Board, we must escort you back to the castle where you will be severely punished by His Majesty in person. As for you, Lady Nahima, you have been found guilty of high treason, and you will be put to death this very day. No! A shout had burst out of Kiona's chest uncontrollably. Do not hurt her! I am the real culprit here. I am the one who forced her to follow me. I'm sorry, but the orders we received are very clear. The lady-in-waiting must be executed upon being arrested. Let me talk to my father. Give me a chance to obtain an amnesty on her behalf. You will have ample opportunity to do so at the castle. Without an ounce of mercy, the guards got back on their horses, throwing the two friends on a different mount each. From a distance, through the horse's jerky motion, the princess desperately looked for her lady-in-waiting, seeking her reassurance. How much did I miss? Okay, so Kiona and Nahima had to run away because the king's men finally found the farm area and were crushing all the villagers. So they had to find a new place. And while they were resting up, Kiona decided to tell Nahima everything that happened, including all the awful things she did and everything that she'd experienced and all of that. Nahima was like, "Damn, girl, that wasn't good." But in solidarity, Nahima also confessed her feelings and told her that she loved her. And Kiona was like, "Ooh, maybe I love you too." So she tested it out and kissed her. And she was like, "Ooh, I do actually like that." So she kissed a girl and she liked it. And they were like, "Things are gonna go great." And then Kiona was like, I feel like maybe we should find a different shelter. I don't know. I just, I'm having a feeling. And Hima's like, no, we should rest up and think about it more tomorrow. Anyway, I decided to go with Nahima's logic because Kiona has, I don't know, always ended up making the wrong choices somehow. So, fool that I was, we have now been captured. She had to wait a few minutes for the group to rapidly exit the forest to finally be able to distinguish her features. She did not find any smile she could hold on to, even a sad one. Worse still, her face was devastated by such suffering that she thought her heart was going to stop beating. Oh God, what have I done? She hardly had time to further regret angering her janitor. Since the woods were now behind them, the henchmen dismounted all at once. Their threatening movements led her mind to produce the worst conjectures possible. Nahima noticed it, seeing as she began mumbling prayers, panic-stricken. Indeed, she was violently seized moments later and tied to one of the mounts, then another, and then another. Are they gonna rip her apart? It was at that point that, devastated, Kiona understood what was happening. No, please don't! As she was attempting to free herself by wriggling. I hate medieval deaths and torture. Why was this even a way to execute people? A guard drew his sword. His sinister shadow engulfed the retainer's petite body entirely. Without a care for the tears that were dripping from her eyelids, he raised his arm and abruptly slashed her limbs. Ah! Nahima, stop! Do not hurt her! Deaf to her pleas, 4 henchmen got back on their horses, each going in a different direction. Ah! Moments after the ropes binding the young Moor stretched, quartering her alive! She could not helplessly watch her friends torment. Her muffled cries every time the horses would accelerate, her face twisted in pain. Within seconds, she replayed in her mind Nahima's poisoning and each of her own deaths. She had experienced such cruelty so many times. Too many times, she could not bear to see someone she loved die again. Someone dear to her heart being stripped of their humanity. Suddenly, there was a crack, a snap. Her field of vision turned blood red. Something inside her had just awakened, something akin to indescribable resentment. As if in a trance, she managed to fall from her forced mount, which caught the attention of the henchmen, who until then were in admiration before the macabre spectacle. One of them leaned towards her as she was still lying on the ground. He was pulling her arm to make her stand again, when she unexpectedly elbowed him in the stomach, making him falter. The princess took advantage of the opportunity to press her handcuffs made of rope against her tormentor's knife and free herself. The poor soul did not even have time to understand what was happening, that she was already plunging the weapon into his abdomen, with mad eyes. Everything had happened so quickly, with fearsome facility, he did not even need to think. A terrifying smile tugged at her lips. Noticing what fate had in store for their accomplice, the guards who were still on foot rushed to stop her, heavily armed. She rushed in with her blade, possessed by retaliatory rage. Arms, legs, and head were rolling, one after the other. Damn, okay. She herself would not bend in the face of their blows, as she did not feel any pain. Methodically, she murdered her persecutors one after the other. As she was rising from her last misdeed to attack the next, only a handful of survivors remaining, she was stopped dead in her tracks. In his dying breath, the henchman had stabbed her in the back with his spear, and it was piercing her whole chest. Her smile did not disappear for all that. With an unsteady gait, she kept pressing forward in an unpredictable way, swinging once to the left and once to the right. Even impaled, she was still heading toward the remaining horse riders to wash their crime in blood. Deserved. She was looking so much like a wraith or a vengeful ghost that they took fright. Let's leave as quickly as possible or we're gonna meet the same fate. But the king's orders. The king had asked us to bring her back alive. Does that thing look alive to you? What are we gonna tell him? He's gonna kill us if he learns the truth. We'll claim her daughter chose to commit suicide when she saw us and we couldn't do anything. We'll come back to hide the bodies if necessary. Determined, the accomplices cut the rope that were still tying Nahima to the horses and galloped away, leaving the princess alone in the middle of the corpses. She'd lost quite a bit of blood, and her clothes were stained. Weakened, her vision blurred, she wandered on the battlefield. Oh boy. Nahima. Finding the remains of her friend did not take long. Kiona lunged and took her lacerated, lifeless body in her arms. Nahima, answer me. Tell me everything is all right, I beg of you. Of course, she would not respond. It was too late for her. The confusion on Kiona's face changed into despair. Okay, at least they didn't show us the severed limbs. Nahima! As if she had been summoned by her inhumane vociferations, the fairy manifested. Did you call me, my child? Oh my soul, you're profusely bleeding. You're gonna die if nothing's done. Medea, that's why we called you! You know this is what happens! I could not care less. They killed Nahima when she was innocent. I never ran out of original death ideas. I can tell you that. Thank you, Middle Ages. There's a castle in Wales that has like, the most notorious history of in creative deaths that they came up with, and it is horrific. If you look it up, they're absolutely horrific. There's a general idea that when enforcement is hard, the punishment has to be punitive. That it's not like still worth it to do crimes because you'll get away with it most of the time. The punishment has to be punitive, so it's not that like even if it's a small crime, it has to be like a crazy death. I think they were just crazy back then. I think they were just crazy. Would you like to turn back time once again? Certainly not. I promised that this timeline would be the last, and I intend to keep my word. It is entirely to your credit, but I can still grant you a wish. If you ask me, I can save the both of you. So that she opens her eyes without any recollection of me. You are more tempting than the devil, Medea. No, thank you. Not after what we have gone through. Not when we had just become a couple. Not when I was finally ready to give her a chance. The young Moor lifted her inconsolable eyes and looked at her godmother. Perhaps we are indeed star-crossed lovers, doomed to only be reunited for a brief moment. Love. Madam, tolerate that I ask one thing before passing away. I am listening. Transform our two bodies into an immense tree, so we can never be apart, even in death. If that's what you wish, now that sounds like a fairy tale to me. Thank you. This feels straight out of a fairy tale. At the very moment, it's like Ariel turning into Seafoam. At the very moment Kiona exhaled her last breath, Medea cast a powerful spell. Moments after, a blinding light enveloped the two friends, and their serene expressions were drowned forever. Years later. Oh! True to her word, the fairy transformed her protege and her lover into an olive tree that was perched above a cliff. With its irregular and tortuous trunk, you could have believed it to be 1,000 years old. All sorts of legends were circulating about it among the habitats of the area. None ever came close to the truth. Medea would sometimes laugh at the myths when she came to visit the tree, as she would regularly do. You did not specify your preference, so I opted for an olive tree. Do you know that it prospers even in the harshest climates? I thought it would be appropriate. Besides, mythology attributes all sorts of virtues to olive trees. They are said to be the symbol of Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, but also a symbol of prosperity, loyalty, and immortality. Tree of Hope. Nahima's bad end. The creature walked away and gave one last sideways look before vanishing. May time never flow for you two. Yay! How fun. You can't kill someone deader. I was once in a museum about torturing methods. What they came up with surpasses any normality. It really is just like, I feel like they were the people who were probably sadistic in that sense were given a lot more power than maybe they're allowed to today. Just because of how, you know, death punishments are, like executions are laid out nowadays, where it has to be kind of, well, I say that, but some places are definitely still keeping those punishments, actually. I was gonna say, because typically in a lot of places, executions are meant to be painless, like, you know, a needle to the neck to die. But not all places are like that. When you get the interaction between that and the notion of, well, it's not fair if we're already killing people for petty crimes, we also merely kill them for way worse crimes, so we have to invent even worse ways. Oh, okay. I guess, like, if you steal bread, you get, like, your head sliced off. But if you murder someone, then you have to have your limbs just like ripped apart.
Slowly, gradually, the utopia seemed more and more distant.
Kiona's adventures were smothered in a thick fog as my soul was returning to its body. Oh my god, we're back here. You're still dead, in case you forgot. No, I remembered. But I also remembered we didn't fully find all the things. Soon, my field of vision was dyed black, and I woke up with a start on the temple's ground, at Lys's side. I don't remember Lys's voice. Welcome back!
What you just saw is merely one possible ending of the donkey skin tale. The one you got was unfortunately quite bitter, but if it can comfort you, know that another timeline exists where things went better.
How long have I been gone?
It hardly matters. Have you forgotten? There's no time here. Not really. Indeed, do tell me what you think of my story. What are your impressions on Kiona's misadventures?
Well, she was quite unlucky. It sometimes seemed like fate was against her.
That's true, even if some turns of events are closely linked to her bad choices. Above all, it took her time to understand who she was and what she wanted.
Is that the crux of the matter? I thought her situation was improving because she finally was scaling down her ambitions.
I do not quite agree. The issue with Kiona is not that she is asking too much, but that she is asking the wrong way. There's no harm in wanting to know genuine love, meeting an attractive partner, or becoming a powerful woman. This is incidentally what she achieves in all the hopeful possibilities. No, she absolutely insists on marrying a high-ranking nobleman because she is spontaneously trying to conform to what is expected of a princess. This is what truly destroys her. It's also what destroys the three princes, each in their own way. Wealthy and powerful, they are above the law and can do anything they please, but they secretly turn out to be unhappy, unable to call that natural order into question. They are all prisoners of an illusion. It's only through focusing on her deepest desires that Kiona can finally get a chance of becoming who she wants to be, instead of ending like them.
I never imagined a mere fairy tale could have different interpretations, or such a serious message.
I never randomly choose my stories. I have a gift for sensing souls' affinities with their corresponding tales. It is my hope that I was not mistaken about you, so I hope this journey has been most enlightening.
Thank you, Witch. I believe so.
Let's get down to business. I did not take your soul to a parallel world just for the beauty of it. Did you manage to gather fragments of your memory?
We got like 2 fragments, I'm pretty sure. I silently nodded.
How many? Show me your crystals. I will turn them into memories.
I timidly came closer and presented my findings. As soon as I had done so, the quartz rose in the air, slowly swirled, and a bright white light engulfed my whole being. Who am I? Why did I die? Memory shard, return to your owner and reveal your secrets. Oh my god, are we finally gonna find out who we are? A student is awkwardly walking down the street. His movements are slow, chaotic. He's swaying as surely as a boat would, bangs into every wall. His ringed face looks familiar to me. I feel something of a connection between us. I think that's me. This worn-out young man is what I used to look like when I was still alive. He is the other me. He walks into a bar to order a drink. The other customers look him up and down from a distance, laugh at him. I now remember their condescending expressions. This unbearable feeling of unease. Why am I in such a pitiful state? Art style change! I demand to be served absinthe. I need something strong, something that can make me forget. What time period is this then? The bartender snickers, asks me if I only have enough to pay for it this time. This time? That is right. I remembered I had abandoned my studies and was living penniless.
disowned by my own family. I came from a relatively well-off background. I was brilliant. They could already see me become a renowned lawyer like my parents and my grandparents before me. But law studies were boring. I did not want my life to be planned out. So I betrayed their expectations. I chose to entirely devote myself to art, my great passion. I instead chose to explore my identity, and they never forgave me for doing so. Yet, I genuinely wish to be a writer, to recreate a more beautiful world by the sheer strength of my fingers, and bring joy to my readers with simple words. Unfortunately, I was running out of inspiration, and I was struggling to finish my very first novel, to the point that I was starting to lose hope in my skills, starting to tell myself my parents were right. Not the green juice. So I'd go waste my lost savings on absinthe and spend every night in bars to complain about the unfairness of my life. That time again, I proved how worthless I was by selling one of my lost family jewels to the bartender. Something of an inestimable value, of sentimental value, for a few minutes of warmth and comfort. I was not proud of myself, but I was desperate. Was that the only reason? I think there was heartache too. A girl, beautiful as day, kind and generous, an angel straight from heaven. Had she rejected me? No, I think I simply never had the guts to approach her. I was watching her from afar, not even daring to talk to her. Of course, she would not know who I was. How could she have guessed? Pathetic. How pathetic of me. That was from one shard! And another shard. A drunk student complains about the world. Collapse on the counter of a bar. It is completely black outside. It is him, the other me I barely remember. Still a wreck, still desperate. Why do I feel like this is a crucial moment of my existence? I'm cursing God for deserting me when a man dressed in gray suddenly sits next to me. Though he is well dressed with his gray frock coat, he seems extremely emaciated, nothing but skin and bones, almost like a corpse. His smile looks sinister, but his voice proves to be warm, sweet, unctuous even. The stranger asks me what happened to get me into such a state, and too happy to finally have a friendly ear, I confess all my woes to him. Is that our hair? What have we done? I think that having a conversation partner relieves me. That I feel slightly better. Despite the alcohol's vapors, I ask for advice. I ask whether I should persevere with art or give up and seek fortune elsewhere. He encourages me to push on with my passion. Your recommendation seems quite wise, dear friend. Alas, I am encountering a dual problem. Not only am I lacking funds to be able to write free from want, but I also have no guarantee I have talent for my books to be good. Am I going to starve to death or make a fool of myself in front of my colleagues? Oh my god, his face. A rictus appears on his lips. What if I were to tell you, my friend, that I might have the solution to both of these issues, and much more? He looks so sinister. You're pulling my strings. I cannot believe you. Yet it is real. I have in my possession curious items that look like they come straight out of a fairy tale. Here is Fortunatus's purse that made me the gentleman I am today. Don't believe this! That purse looks pretty ordinary to me. It is absolutely not. It's a magical purse. You can take as many gold coins as you want from it.
Try it. You will see.
I put my hand in the sack to pull out dozens and dozens of gold coin, and there was always more. Speechless, I thought I was dreaming.
Having already made the most of Fortunatus's purse's generosity, I am inclined to give it to you so you can achieve your ambitions. Babes, don't believe this. A billionaire will always just want more money. They will never give it up. I also include the Muse's ring, as it will allow you to regain confidence and finish your novel. All these gifts to a nobody like me. Sir, you are out of your mind. I do not deserve this honor. I insist. I insist. I was moved by the story of your misfortune. I very much wish to help you as a friend. It was inspiration. I wanted something similar to Gustave Dor's illustrations. The artist did a great job. They really did. It really reminds me of that game, The Life and Suffering of Sir Ethan Bront, I think. What a nice gentleman. We should listen to him. Yeah, he's smiling too. Always trust a nice smile. Besides, think about this lady you were dreaming of approaching. Marguerite, was it not? That is a name. Would she not be impressed by your newfound wealth? How do you know? I don't remember giving you her name. Exactly, I didn't even know her name. Intuition? That's not a name you just come up with intuition. If you said Mary or something, it would have been like, okay, I guess, plausible. Come now, you know you cannot refuse. I only have one favor to ask in exchange. Anything you want, my friend. Oh, he's got the devil horns. Since the beginning of our conversation, I've been admiring your shadow. I find it hard to believe you would step on such a magnificent treasure. My shadow? Oh, come now, the alcohol is going to your head too. What kind of deal is this? I assure you, I'm serious. Allow me to pick up your shadow, and I will let you have Fortunatus's purse without any regret, because it is priceless to me. I stare at him. Despite my clouded mind, I do realize that there is something shady about this. How could a man be willing to give away infinite wealth for something of no value? But I consider it an eccentricity. He's drunk. He's on absinthe. He's not thinking straight. If this mysterious stranger has magical objects in his possession, why would he not be collecting shadows? You know, like, I mean, it's just what Laurel does, to be honest. Cuts some shadows, steals them, uses them for their own benefit. I eventually assent. Very well. We have a deal. Ooh! Wait, that's cool. That's what I wanted to hear. Ooh! I'd hardly shaken his hand when he disappeared into thin air as if he were a cloud of smoke, only leaving his sardonic laugh behind. Dazed and left alone with Fortunatus's purse and the Muse's ring, I finally grasped who I'd been dealing with. Could it have been the devil? No. Aw, rats, that's all we had. The light abruptly vanished. Opening my eyes wide, I realized I'd returned to purgatory. Liz was staring at me with a piercing look. So? I think that some mysteries. I think that some memories are coming back to me, but they are scattered and faint. Still missing too many pieces to be able to put the puzzle together. Liz sighs loudly. Did you not want to try hard? I don't understand. All the elements were in place for you to recover your memory. I had high hopes too. She appeared so disappointed, I felt a touch of guilt. What's going to happen to me? You will be locked in the purification hole for 3 days, as planned. That being said, if you fail the pneumotherapy ritual, you have very little chances of succeeding with a mere meditation session. I'm afraid the dice are already cast. The artist for those illustrations is Cinnamon Devil. The art in this game in general is just so good. It's so distinct from each other, so it's clear that there's different artists involved. But, like, In particular, I've been absolutely in love with the background art so much. The character art is also very distinct, and I like the expressions that they came up with for each of the characters. I also like how much fun they had with like the color changing peasants, like all the side characters. But I was very shocked to see that art style suddenly pop out. What happened next proved the young woman right. Although I'd let her guide me without making a fuss, the vapors of the purification hole had a strange effect on my body, and I eventually lost the ability to see and speak. My already wavering flame had burnt out. Liz has warned me I'd become a damned soul. Damn. R.I.P. Although I could still hear what the other shadows around me were saying, I had to learn palm language in the hope of communicating with them. The village council wasted no time deliberating on my fate, and I was quickly assigned to temple surveillance. My role was to patrol the quiet corridors with the help of a cane. At regular intervals, I would detect the bell of other priests, our distinguishing features. It was a dull life, a bleak life. But I would piously submit to that verdict, judging it was the only way to atone for my past wrongdoings. I could not believe my senses when, some time later, I perceived a scratching coming from one of the cocoons. Could it be a new shadow was going to wake up? I carefully approached the source of the noise. We unlocked the neutral ending for the soul. Hey, there you are! Character art, Anako Adirosa Elijah May Sabdow. Background art, Machai Cat. Hey! Logo UI and additional art, Mellowbee. Purgatory art, Cinnamon Devil. Promotional art, Elisa Lawrence. Was that the one in the cover of the game? Because that was very, very pretty. English translation. Was this originally in French? Amazing. However, we're not at the end yet, so I'm not giving my final thoughts yet. Well, I feel like I've given my thoughts throughout the game, so you kind of know where I stand. Just adding them to my little artist bookmarks. I'm French, so I write in French. We had to translate everything into English after the fact. Damn. You couldn't tell, really. I feel like it was so... the translation was so good. You could not tell it was originally in a different language. I think the only thing was maybe like some words were like a little bit like words that I'm not used to hearing too often. But that's not really an issue in translation. That's maybe me not having a huge vocabulary. But yeah, that was really good. It was really nice of you. I've been told that English was too rigid, so I was worried. No. Trust me, I have dropped many visual novels for having English that was too rigid. So. But now we need to get a good end. Now I want to see the good end. And if that... I don't think that's going to give us another fragment, though. I feel like we're going to have to make different choices in the game throughout the story to get the other fragments. Which might not be difficult to do, since we can just kind of rush through it now that we've done most of it. How long did it take you to make this, by the way? And what kind of made you come up with the story? Maybe the feedback I got was because the text is closer to British English than American English. Who knows? It's French! Not that. I think the thing that I also liked is that I feel like the characters do tend to speak in a way that kind of, I don't know, matches. It's a fairy tale, you know? If they started speaking in like American colloquialism, I would have been taken out. Another art. I can see little moments where structure might be how I describe the English at times. It flows like I'd expect for the characters. Exactly. It's like, it flows well for what it is. Which is like fairy tale talk. Okay. Let us go back. Nahima, you don't know what you're saying. The forbidden question, the game took way too long. I was stuck in development hell for a while. Oh no. What was the tricky bit you had to get around? Was it just like the endings or just like getting all the assets together, like the art, music, and all of that? Started early 2016 and got released at the end of 2023. Oh, damn. I can see you put a lot into it though, because just from seeing the music and like the art and how long the game actually is, because this is a very long game for an indie project, you know? I can see why it took so long if you're kind of working, like you had a whole team there, but it is mostly like working with everyone, right? All right, we're gonna resume our journey, girl. Guys, I'm getting a stuffy nose again. This is so hard. My head tells me you are right, Nahima, yet my heart incites me to believe in myself. I know I made you work hard to build that improvised shelter, and I too believed it was our best option at the time, but I'm not so sure anymore. I have this terrible feeling all of a sudden. A little voice is whispering to me that they are already at our heels. That's me. That's me telling you. Preposterous! We ventured quite deep into the forest and we have no way of knowing that we're here. I'm not saying we're completely out of danger, but it should at least make them a couple of hours to catch up with us. And what if one of the farmers had seen us? Fleur did say the horse riders had been exceptionally threatening. They would have no problem extracting a confession from them. Besides, what will happen if we sleep too long? I was very unlucky. I had to fire my main artist midway through and then retranslate everything myself because the English version was not up to my standards. Oh no. Since most of the writer and programmer, I had way too much to do. That's a lot. Oh no. Did you have to redo all the art then? My mind cannot be at rest. Please, let us leave. But where to? In that direction. I know there is something there that can help us. I just need to remember what. Nahima let out a heavy sigh, chagrined to be forced to say farewell to her well-deserved rest. So be it. I'll follow you. Without waiting a moment longer, the two maidens stood up and packed their belongings. So that they would not be completely helpless in the dark, they made primitive torches out of 2 robust pieces of wood, as well as the embers from the modest fire they lit. Quick, follow me. I hear suspicious noises in the distance. It might just be wild animals. I've heard that wolves and bears live around here. Oh, I'd not like to come face to face with one of those. Overcome by paranoia, Kiona dashed deeper into the woods. Princess, wait for me, will you? In response, the princess started to step up her pace, outright running. She seemed terrorized, like she'd been hunted by shadows. As night was settling, a strong wind arose, which amplified her fears. She thought she was hearing on all sides of the woods the vibrations of galloping horses coming to capture them. She did not dare to speak to her comrade anymore, nor did she dare to turn her head. She could only press forward, faster still, distraught. Already tired after their long day,
The lady-in-waiting struggled to keep her in her field of view, stumbling on branches, scratching herself against bushes. She had to deploy her last strength so she would not lose sight of her mistress. At last, the latter stopped in her tracks, at the edge of the forest. That's why I was stuck. I can't do everything alone, but I had very little money left, so I couldn't hire someone else to help with those issues. Oh, that is like a tricky thing to get around. We didn't have to redraw anything, but there's a subtle difference in art styles between the original arts and the two who took over. They were working together. I'm proud it's not too obvious. Yeah, I didn't really notice it, to be honest. They did a very good job of replicating the style. There is a parish located in the vicinity of— I knew it! I told you it was going to be the church. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Let us ask them for help. Do you think so? Oh! Isn't there a lady here that got kicked out of the castle because of Griselda, or because she was like in love with Griselda or whatever? Or there was something else. There was like another story. I don't remember. We are two travelers in a pitiful state. I can hardly imagine any religious person refusing hospitality. Besides, it will be far more comfortable than sleeping on a mattress made of moss. What do you say? You're right. I've reached my limit anyway. I will never manage to go further. It is settled. Cautiously, the two maidens came out of hiding and knocked at the church's enormous entrance. Open the door! For the love of God, open the door! They frantically banged on it for several long minutes until they heard a muffled voice on the other side. Who goes there at this time? Finally, through the half-open door, they caught a glimpse of the somewhat disheveled head of a nun, who had obviously put her clothes on in haste. What can I do for you? We apologize for bothering you, sister, but we would like to request hospitality for the night. Oh, come in. I forgot to read that bit. With a grateful smile, Kiona and Nahima did not need to be persuaded and slipped into the building as the imposing door was slammed behind them. Would you like to have a meal? You seem exhausted. Oh. It would be very much welcome. We have only been eating berries the whole day, which is hardly nourishing. In that case, sit down in the corner. I am going to heat up some gruel. Delicious gruel. It took a toll on my physical and mental health, but I think the result's pretty good. It was supposed to be my first commercial project too. It is really good. I think you should be proud of what you managed to achieve for sure, especially considering all the conditions you had. We're very much obliged for your help, sister. Not only had the nun kept her promise, returning with arms full of victuals, but she had also awakened her colleagues at the same time. Indeed, the navel quickly became quite lively. As the retainer was wolfing down her porridge, as she had been famished, the heiress felt compelled to start a conversation with the Carmelites who had joined them. Our apologies for the inconvenience. It is nothing. Truth be told, we had just gone to bed. We usually stay awake as late as possible to accommodate any potential lost traveler. It is part of our work. Absolutely. At the end of the meal, the abbess introduced herself to properly greet them. What brings you to our church at this hour? You do not look like passing merchants. That is correct. In all honesty, we are being sought by King Theobald's riders. They are relentlessly hunting us down. Sweet Jesus, what crime have you committed? Alas, what crime have I refused to commit, rather? King Theobald is my father, a widower for many years. He had planned to remarry, and he settled on me. On you? Heavens, is that man mad? I fear so. He coerced me into marrying him on pain of death. I have attempted many times to get him to see sense, to no avail. He insisted he did not care about Christian morality, and he was ready to break any taboo. That is quite monstrous, treating the flesh of his flesh this way. Fiona was relieved to note the nuns had nothing but compassion. After days and days of clandestinity, she thought she had detected a form of validation in their words. Guided by her instinct, a slightly crazy idea came to her. For this very reason, I have escaped with my lady-in-waiting. We were hoping to become nuns so as to lead a life of devotion, far from royal schemes.
Yeah, but don't the villagers know that you're, that you're both, on the run? And if they saw them as nuns, wouldn't that be, I don't know. Maybe they could, hide away even more.
Do you think it would be possible? I can assure that we are both virgins and... The abbess considered her proposal with utmost seriousness. The last point has no significance, my child. Quite a few married women take the vows after becoming widows. It does not give you moral or spiritual superiority in any way. However, do you aspire to cloister yourself? In view of the demands, we unfortunately cannot guarantee it will be possible. Therefore, you will need an adequate dowry. Insofar as I have gone into exile, I am now a pauper. Even so, it is perfectly fine with me. I would rather contribute to the community, even if it means working on menial tasks. It would be quite a shame for a princess of your stature to be regarded as second-rate nun. We can still find an agreement. I am an only child, therefore my father's domain should theoretically be handed down to me after his death, as long as he has no other descendant at least. What an extremely interesting agreement! However, I do need to warn you, the king is ruined. Neither the castle or the lands will necessarily be in good condition. The church always needs more land. Then it will be our mission to make them fertile again and spread our precepts to the communities that live there.
More for the church, more for the church.
In exchange, I can promise you a privileged position among us. I would still prefer to be useful to the community rather than cloistering myself away, and if possible, I do not want to be separated from my companion, who is very dear to me. Very well, in that case you will neither be cloistered nuns nor second-rate ones. I guarantee you both a respectable position, an intermediate one. I think this will make a good compromise, do you not agree? That is more than enough. I am much obliged to you for your generosity, abbess. We shall do our utmost to become worthy of the honor, if that is all right with you, Nahima.
Nahima's just been here. She turned to the young Moor, who had remained quiet through the negotiation. Naturally, I would have never imagined taking the veil one day, as I have been raised to serve you, but I take that as a new challenge. Give me some time to learn, and you will not be disappointed. The church just getting all this free land out of nowhere.
I like your way of seeing things. In that case, that is settled. Maidens, you are now part of our lovely parish. I am counting on all the girls present tonight to integrate you into our big family as soon as possible.
As the nuns were congratulating the newcomers, all smiles, a dull beating suddenly resounded. The laughters instantly turned into anxious looks.
Here they are, princess. They must have found us. What are we gonna do? Let me handle it. You are now under our protection.
Thank the nuns. Quick, hide under the bed.
With a nod of her head, the abbess motioned the young nun to escort the two friends.
Surely, okay, the church does have a lot of power, though. Surely the king wouldn't even be able to encroach upon their territory.
She hid them under a bed in a neighboring room and directed them to not make any noise. At the same moment, the church's door was revealing the king's horse riders, ready to rush inside. What is this racket? You cannot be unaware that we usually sleep at this time of night.
My apologies, ma'am. We're conscious about being in the dead of night, but the matter which brings us to you is most urgent. We're looking for 2 fugitives, 2 girls with dark skin. Have you seen them? Witnesses have apparently caught a glimpse of 2 silhouettes that match the profile knocking on your door.
We did receive 2 travelers a few hours ago, but they have long since left.
So you're accomplices.
You are setting foot in a convent, gentlemen. Giving hospitality to those in need is our purpose. We cannot, and we do not want to verify the identity of all those who cross the threshold.
Admittedly, in that case, you will have no objection to me and my men combing through your church to ensure our two fugitives are no longer in the vicinity. Bruh.
The guards attempted to force the door open so the abbess would not have any choice, which she did not appreciate in the least. How dare you! Searching us and treating us as common criminals! This, my good sirs, is a house of God. Respecting us is also respecting him. If you do not want your lapse of judgment to lead you to hell, I would recommend you not forget that detail.
I can't not think of Wake Up Dead Man now that I've seen that movie whenever I see this church. I don't know. Whenever I see a church, I just think of that movie. It's just in my head.
With one single movement, all the nuns gathered on the entrance to defend their superior. Everything in their posture, in their fierce look, was screaming hostility.
It was so good, I keep thinking about it. Me too. I think as much as I like Knives Out, the next two films, Glass Onion and Wake Up Dead Man, somehow crawl their way into my head. As in, like, while I watched it, I wasn't thinking much of it, but once it finished it, I started just thinking about it continuously, and I can't explain why.
She's right. If you want to rummage through our convent, you will have to step over us first. If you're the slightest bit conscious about what you're doing, go back to where you came from. One does not break down the doorway to the Lord's house with impunity. Be gone, birds of ill omen!
Yeah, get out of here. No one likes you.
Although the henchmen rarely had scruples, they were no less believers than any other subject. The sisters' aggressiveness scared them, and they did not dare openly trample on a place of worship. Therefore, they chose not to insist and left again, abashed.
See, that's what I thought, because, like, there was so much, like, fear of death in Christianity at the time. To an extent, sometimes here, even nowadays, but, like, back then, the fear of death was so big when it came to, like, the house of the Lord and, like, following the principles and all that. That's why the church had so much power. That's why, like, cities were built around churches instead of castles.
The abbess closed the door after them with a sigh of relief.
So you get, like, Henry VIII. Well, like, Henry VIII was, like, very far down the line. Before that point, the church had a lot of power over, like, the king and everything. The king had, like, a lot to kind of, like, the king, you know, of those times was usually under a lot of influence of the church. Henry VIII was kind of like a big, you know, exception to that. That being said, there were a lot of wars between the church and between, like, kings. I remember in, like, even in the 1200s or, like, like, 1100s? Can you say 1100s? Even in that time, there was like one king, I think, that tried to fight against the church, and he got decimated. He got destroyed.
Moments after, the nun went to find Kiona and Nehema, who had remained perfectly still in their hiding place. You can now come out. They left. Thank you so much for not handing us over. You have my eternal gratitude. It is natural. Have you already forgotten you are part of the family, especially your land? Surrounded by the benevolent faces, the two friends felt at ease for the first time in a very long time. Everything was going to be all right. They were convinced of that.
Thank God.
Literally in this case. Life in the convent quickly seemed like just another adventure in Kiona's eyes. It was far from the most difficult one she had to go through. Not only was she now free to lead her life however she wanted, but the location was also quite pleasant. The convent was modest but regularly visited. And the atmosphere there was one of constant positivity. Like all good nuns, the couple had to maintain the property, clean the nave, tend to the vegetable garden, and tackle all the tasks farmers usually tackled. In addition to that, they had to take in lost travelers or sick people, go to neighboring towns in order to help those in need, and more generally, make the most of their education to share it with illiterates. Oh, I remember the story. It was the nuns had all died because someone came in with a plague, and that was the story. And then she was left kind of wandering around, which was a reference to a different game, I think. It was a full and meaningful life, where they had always had countless of things to do. Fortunately, the superior was a likable and understanding woman who loathed severity. In fact, nuns would usually get along quite well and rarely be punished. Who would have thought that living amongst other women would be a peaceful life? In return for all their efforts, they even earned the gratitude and admiration of those they helped on a day-to-day basis. What more could they ask for? Oh, we still get to hang out with Fleur. Yoo-hoo, Kiona, Nahima. Fleur, what are you doing here? I thought you needed to harvest your fields. And don't forget that we've changed our names. We are Sister Mary and Sister Therese now. Religious names are so generic. I bet there's at least 3 sisters called Mary per convent. Kiona and Nahima, at least I can remember those easily. If the abbess could hear you, she would give you an earful. Or lecture me. That'd be her style. No, thanks. I came to see you because I heard Kiona was bringing money to the convent by embroidering huge tapestries. That is correct. Since the Mother Superior thought it was a shame for me to take part in daily chores, but I did not want to remain inactive, I ordered to put my talents to good use for the community. It just so happens that my creations gone at the interest of a few passing merchants. Nothing more. Oh, will you show me? It said that these items are worth a fortune, but I've never seen one before. With pleasure. Incidentally, I could even teach you if you want me to. Really? Oh, I'd love to try. What about you, Nahima? Are you good at embroidery? I can manage, but I don't have the same sensibility as Kiona does. I can't even compete with her. How cute. You're able to call her by her name. Speaking of which, I thought you had religious names now. Shh. Leave it there, cheeky monkey. I think I might have made her blush. Haha. I get the sense Nahima needs a lot of time to become accustomed to that. Let us just say that she had a relatively slow process, but that is also why I love her. Not you too. Sorry, you know I cannot resist when I see you blush. I get it. I'll give you some privacy, lovebirds. I have a mountain of work ahead of me at home anyway. So soon? But you've barely just arrived. Either way, it was a pleasure to see you, Fleur. Come back anytime. Oh, come on. It's only natural after everything you've done for me. Had you not been there last winter, we probably would have died from starvation. The least I can do is pay you a visit. You'll see. I have a hunch the harvests have been better this year. I'll bring you vegetables from the garden. You do not need to give us anything. I know, but I'm stubborn. Time to go. Good day, you two. I'm so glad that we're still hanging out with Fleur. There's rumors that RE5 is gonna get its remake announced soon. Are you ready to play it again? What? You told me RE5 was the last one they'd remake. Can't believe this. Fiona waved goodbye to the young farmer, secretly moved to have been able to regain her friendship. The midday mass is gonna start soon. We should hurry. Must we? I would much prefer to spend some private time alone with you. I would have loved that too, but we have obligations as nuns. Go to mass. Coax Nahima! Oh my god. We're reaching that choice. Okay. If we do this one, because I remember there was like a warning at the start of a warning that if we pick any choices with a heart, it's how safe do you want this stream to be? I don't want to get taken down, but as long as there's no nudity or anything, it should be fine, right?
Everything is censored, but there are words. I advise streamers to read those scenes off screen to decide if they are comfortable or not. But if I get too uncomfortable, I just won't read it. Let's do it. Okay. The game crashed. Okay, luckily I did just save right before. Let's do it. And I will simply not read anything if it's too much.
Dissatisfied with her response, Kiona decided to insist, a little in the hope of changing Nahima's mind. She knew inside out ways to and means to get what she wanted, awakening her partner's senses by enticing her. Thus, she surreptitiously ran her hands over her behind and spoke in a seductive voice. Nobody will know our absence anyway. There are more than enough people in the church allowing us to vanish sneakily.
Nahima gulped, obviously aroused. And all of this through my stuffy voice right now.
Admittedly, but it would be neglecting our duties, the princess resumed with greater intensity, passionately grabbing her meat.
We can still have some fun together, do you not think?
Besides, it has been so long since last time. From an outside perspective, you would have believed there was some sort of power game in their relationship, and you would be wrong. The young Moor perfectly knew Nahima was struggling to be assertive. She was so conditioned to obey her every order that taking any initiative appeared insurmountable.
I haven't joined in so long, and now we're here. You came literally at the only saucy time that this game has ever given us, and you had to come now. That's not my fault. That's your fault, Boop.
More than once, she had valiantly attempted to assert herself, only to be found shaking and paralyzed afterwards. Her brain turned to mush due to excessive thinking not leading to any action.
I have a 6 saucy scent, I guess.
Kiona, I would like to, we should... Yes, Nahima? I would like the both of us to, if you're okay with that, I would like us to... I'm not sure I understand. What would you like us to do? You see,
Ah! Kiona thus knew that she had to be the one taking initiative, or Nahima would never dare do anything.
All the more so considering the former lady-in-waiting genuinely needed to be immersed in a sultry atmosphere if she was to relax.
Wait, there's like seductive music going on. I need to turn that up so you can hear it too, because I can barely hear it.
We got the saxophone too.
They would sometimes make fun of that quirk among themselves, joking that Nahima could only begin to let herself go after having her first orgasm. I'm dead. Perceiving some hesitation, the princess became more pressing and slowly moved her fingers towards her crotch until she was caressing her in an explicit way! Not in an explicit way. Nahima instantly shuddered, red as a beetroot, clumsily tried to protest. It hasn't even started! The music is killing me.
Little devil, it's not fair to tempt me so much.
But we both know you like that, do you not? Sax for the Simex! With a bewitching gait, Kiona came even closer and whispered into her ear the sweetest of poisons. I've been looking at you closely this morning. I know you are craving it. Why resist when your body is asking for? Follow me, and when we will be done, you will not even be able to walk again properly. What? She had just dealt the final blow. The former retainer stopped playing coy. She was too busy fantasizing about how she would moan for an hour. Let's do it. I can't hold back anymore. Kyona's fingers immediately stopped moving. You can be honest with yourself. Oh, back to church. In the church! The two maidens discreetly climbed the stairs, their rooms having been left vacant as the procession was gathering in front of the parish. With the veils off and everything!
Once the door was locked behind them, as a precautionary measure, they removed their headdress in order to be more comfortable. Seething with excitement, Kiona could not wait any longer. She took advantage of Nahima's distraction to push her against the bed, essentially pinning her down. Did you expect them to do it in the oops. In front of Fleur's mom, no less? No, but I don't know, not in a church. Flashing her most beautiful predatory smile, she stared at her while running her tongue over her lips. You cannot escape me now. But I don't want to go anywhere. Good, because I refuse to share. I want you for me and me alone. It's their home. I guess it is. It's true. They kissed greedily, frenetically, their tongues intertwined, eager to obtain more. Roused by the introduction, Kiona started to untie the rope belt that was preventing her from reaching the promised land. I can't deal with smut, and yet here we are. It's only in preparation for what is to come in Blood of Hercules. This will not even be near the amount of torture I have to go through there. With a skillful movement, she released the tunic and delicately lifted it, exposing Nahima's skin, fragment by fragment, until her whole body was finally revealed. Oh, please tell me I've missed so much Blood of Hercules. No, not a single Blood of Hercules was redeemed while you were away. Her first reflex was to piously gaze at it. Piously gaze. Is it piously? It's piously, isn't it? As if it had been a sacred relic, before kissing her from top to bottom. No fraction of skin was allowed to elude Kiona, therefore she brushed her lips everywhere, against her legs, against her thighs, against her navel, her stomach, her chest, her neck, and once again, her mouth. Thank you, Sage! It's my punishment! As she was carefully doing her work, she would lovingly repeat, "How beautiful you are." Oh, Helia, don't worry. None of this is anywhere as bad as what we've read in Blood of Hercules. This is like, at least, you know, the emotions are being carried. It's not cringy. It's just like a sex scene. Blood of Hercules is like actually hurtful to read. The thin string of saliva which was binding their lips together disintegrated with these words. You often tell me that, and yet it seems like I will never get used to it. I find myself too large, too short, too this and too that. If I could, I would rather have your figure. You are so tall and good-looking, with long, soft, curly hair, and a little flat belly. I pale in comparison. The princess chuckled tenderly. Come now, Nahima, you are perfect. You have curves in all the right places. Your proportions are completely normal. In contrast, I am so scrawny, like a beanpole. But, you know, perhaps we have been created this way, so we would be to each other's liking. I prefer thinking in those terms. I find it much more romantic than focusing on trivial details. The former lady-in-waiting tried to protest, but Kiona did not give her the chance to. She kisses her again, even more passionately than previously. Your proportions are completely normal. I mean, I think that's just how it is when you're comparing yourself to someone else. Like, it's always going to be that they're better than you. And that's just kind of how it is. Her lips interrupted their dance, sliding down her neck, making her prey shiver with delight before going back up to explore her mouth. The sensation, erotic, voluptuous, was so irresistible that Nahima remained quiet, forgetting everything she wanted to say. Hee hee. Hee hee. This is the perfect technique to prevent you from saying anything silly. That's unfair. You know full well the effect it has on me. If you're still able to express yourself, then I'm doing a very poor job. Meanwhile, Liz and the guy in the other dimension are just like, he's just like, why am I reading this? And Liz is like, shh, shut up. This is important. This is gonna help you remember everything. Turning her words into actions, she grabbed one of Nahima's breasts and brought it to her mouth so she could suck on it better. Mmm. Your moans are adorable. I want to hear more. Do not play with me too much. In that case, I'm going to play with your body. Kiona plunged her hand in her undergarments and began touching her. Under her fingers, she could feel the moistness of her crotch. The soul coming back. Why did you show me that? So why did we go through that scene then? I see you are more than ready. It makes me want to use my tongue. As a response, her lover felt slight jolts over her body. Be careful, it is sensitive. In that case, I will go slowly to make the pleasure last longer. Meanwhile, the sermon downstairs. That is how, with expert hands, the former princess made her partner reach her climax, and they enjoyed themselves for a good hour after that. Oh, see, you didn't even show everything else. Once the deed was done, they huddled together, lying down naked under the sheets. Wait, did you catch the elemental in that scene, Sol? Oh. There definitely was a fragment there, for sure. Out of breath but happy, they remained in the quiet for a long time, fondly looking at each other. Kiona was the first to break the silence. You know, I love to watch you during the most crucial moment. In a matter of seconds, you stop making sounds and you freeze like a statue. It is quite impressive. The elemental is her love, I'm sure. It is as though time is standing still. Please, that's so embarrassing! I find it rather adorable. Everything about you is adorable. Fiona. In the distance, the clamor of a bull was still echoing through the window. I wonder how the prayer went. And no one questioned that they were missing. The young Moor mused about her comrades, what they would think of her relationship with her childhood friend. Even if nuns theoretically had to preserve themselves for God, practice proved to be difficult. The soul, but I'm not a lesbian? Sometimes some girls would lie, some others would leave the convent to start a family. The church had an ambivalent stance when it came to love between women. Even though such affairs were officially reprehensible, they were not regarded as true sexual intercourse, and nuns would be punished far more severely if they were trying to insert an object into themselves. Really? Those nuns were then suspected of wanting to replace men. In fact, lesbians were often not seen as a danger. As long as Kiona and Nahima were keeping a low profile about the carnal part of their relationship, they could live their love more or less serenely, mainly because their superiors were rather lenient in that regard. Did it make you remember something about yourself? Then it did the job. And the soul in question is like, yeah, I died a virgin. That's what it told me. That I actually got nothing. I died pining after a lady and got nothing. The princess had to break out of her reverie to perceive the voice of her lover. What were you saying? Well, ultimately, I don't regret skipping the midday prayer. After all, it has allowed us to spend more time together. And I do not regret taking the plunge with you. To think I could have missed such a wonderful thing. She lovingly stroked her hair, and her heart started racing. I love you, Nahima, no matter what others may think. Forgive me more, my father. I have sinned. It's the ending we got. I love you, Kiona, and I will keep loving you for come what may. Okay, considering how you phrased that, I thought it was gonna get so smutty. That was completely fine. There were only some moments that I was like, ooh, but that was completely fine. That was not even near as smutty as I was expecting it to be. Because I think also because it's like lesbians that I don't hear the words like his member, his red hot steel, whatever, his red velvet, whatever it is. I don't know. Listen, I'm fucking sick of descriptions of dick in books. I can't deal with it. I actually hate it. It actually drives me insane. If I had to read another description of a dick in a book, I will actually like stop reading in general.
You can never know with Steam, YouTube, Twitch. It's true.
I think they should get over themselves sometimes.
It's red velvet cake, fresh from the bakery. To me, it's PG-12 at most. For Steam, it's 18 plus already. Beautiful ways we have characterized every dicky, schlong, and dog. That's why, to finish Blood of Hercules, I need to make up nicknames instead, so I don't have to read what names they actually come up with, please.
Anyway, as I was wholly focused on the outcome that had taken place in my eyes, I felt something pulling me, avoid.
I was so invested in that.
The utopia seemed more and more distant. Kyona's adventures were smothered in a thick fog as my soul returned to its body.
Let's see how far we can get.
It's the same. The one you got was quite satisfying. You've been lucky. It's quite rare to be able to guide the characters towards a happy ending on the first attempt.
Yeah, first attempt, sure.
One would think you already knew what to do. How long have I been gone? Blah, 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 blue, 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 blue.
There we go. Okay. We got a good ending. Yes.
I really want to try and get the witch's end, though. So shall we try and do that? I hope it doesn't take too long, but I really want to try and do the witch's end.
The sensual one, no less. I'm surprised. Is there like a normal one, or is that just if we choose to just go to Moss? I think I've been picking a lot of Nahima choices throughout the game. Like, there was a point where I was experimenting with different choices for, like, the fairy and, like, the prince and other kind of things. But I think after a point, I just focused mostly on getting Nahima's. The other Nahima ending is different.
Oh. So it's not, is it the Moss one, or is it if we do different choices throughout the game? Curious. Every central ending is centered around the act, so it wouldn't make sense to reference it. Oh yeah, it kind of is, yeah. Okay, you know what? We could try the other ending after. And... Yeah. I think we should try the other ending. I don't know why, but I thought it would just kind of continue on. And I'm gonna take a quick break because my nose is still... I've gotten a sore throat, and I'm really hoping it doesn't lead into anything later on, but I need to, like, just blow my nose again. Like, that sensual ending was so unsensual because I was reading it with, like, the most stuffy nose ever. Streamer sent boosters for laundry? Is it like, is it like, you know when people make a character-themed scent for a candle, or like a celebrity having their own like scent line, like fragrances and stuff, but for laundry and for a streamer? That's so weird. I would say not the weirdest thing though that I've seen, but at least it's not the vibrator ads that I used to get. Like, Twitch can't say shit about like what is safe for work and what isn't, because they used to give me vibrator ads all the time. And I'm like, why? For what? Like, I was not looking up vibrators, I swear. I don't know why they decided, you get this. Yeah, I would get it all the time. It was like 3 years ago or so.
Yes, Twitch, censor me. But also give me ads for this. Coke, I just found out a C-drama actor I had found out recently plays basketball, loves animals, and is Cantonese. If the Heavenly Palace allows it, we are good for a union based on our Chinese zodiacs. You cannot. I'm dead. I'm dead. I actually ruined your train of thought. That's so funny. Don't worry about it. I always mute ads, so I'm not paying attention. Maybe I should. I get like British focus ads, but then also just like the most random ones. I'll also get the random like streamer thing that's like, do this thing on your streams. And I'm like, no thank you. No more fucking zodiac shit. All the zodiac shit. All day, every day. Between this and the fucking star sign. Listen. I'm sensing this, your Pisces energy. Wait, Boop, what's your star sign again? I'm sensing your, like, Taurus energy, Pisces energy, Aquarius energy is a little up and down right now. Your Cancer energy. Listen. As an Aries, I just feel a little bit like we're not really on the same page right now, but it's only natural because you are a Cancer. Anyway, speaking of not shady, let's go to church.
Understood. No cuddle before tonight. So be it. I agree to be reasonable, but you will have to hold my hand in return.
I wish I just got porn. Oh.
What sweet punishment to inflict on me. Laughing, the two maidens rushed to join their comrades, who were already heading towards the church doors in lines. They regained their composure as they were gradually slipping into the procession.
Also, guys, you're gonna be so proud of me. You're gonna be so proud of me. I was about to order food today because our Tesco order is coming tomorrow. And I went to my sister and I was like, should I order some food? And she was like, can you eat what we already have, as in like in the cupboard, and like make something? And I was like, no, I'm gonna order something anyway. But then I didn't. And then I changed my mind and I didn't. So I made some mashed potato and I've got like some frozen chicken nuggets and sausages and stuff. I know. I showed a lot of restraint because I got paid. I got my paycheck and I was like, should I just get some food? But no, I calculated how much money I was going to spend on takeout and I put it in my savings. That's, yeah, 30 quid in the savings. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm going to get that house sooner or later. Probably later. But every 30 quid helps, okay? Every 30 quid helps. Past months, I wish I had. Well, you're going to get those months soon, Boop. Have you started work yet, or are you starting next week? If you texted me about this, I tell you to order out. You did the right thing. I know. Well, the thing is, I would show that restraint on myself because it's the fact that she said don't take out that I was like, I will actually. If you told me to do takeout, I would have been like, I won't actually. So it doesn't matter what anyone tells me. That's the thing. Don't feel bad. You can tell me anything. I will not listen to anyone. I'm so fucking broke. I'm starting next week. Yay! And then you'll have so much monies.
The other day, I read a parchment about the life of Marinos the monk, and his story is quite surprising. Have you ever heard of it? Not at all. Can you share it with me? According to legend, Marinos was actually born a woman, but chose to take holy orders as a monk instead. Yes, later, he was banished from the monastery because he had been accused of making a farmer pregnant. And he didn't defend himself? Not in the slightest. Even though he could have disrobed to prove his innocence, he remained silent, going as far as raising the child as if it had been his own. I admire such devotion. He will have kept the secret until his death, which is quite incredible. I've heard the situation is not uncommon in the church. Many nuns and priests take advantage of the garb to simply change their lives.
It's bi-weekly, who fucking knows, man? I just want to reactivate my phone plan. Get that data.
Speaking of changing your life, did you hear the news? Which news? I was told by the nun who lives on the other side of the woods is no longer alone. That's excellent news. It was paining me so much to know a fellow sister is destitute, especially after tragedies she endured. That's the nun we were talking about! I must say, it would occasionally worry me in the evening as well, but thank God, another member joined her. Perhaps they will accompany us, or eventually compete with us.
I think they're being gay by themselves, actually. I don't think they care.
That is all I wish them. Diverting her attention away from the nun's idle talk, Kiona lovingly gazed upon Nahima for a few moments. She noticed. Do I have something on my face? No, it is nothing. I was simply thinking to myself, how happy I was to finally be able to peacefully live by your side. I ask for nothing more. I am already fulfilled.
Oh.
The two women slowly moved closer to each other, with sparkling eyes, ready to kiss.
Oh. They did not have the chance, though. The abbess had furtively joined the procession. Having noticed, she vigorously smacked them on the head.
What did I tell the two of you? There is a time for everything. You can bail and coo privately all you want.
Yes, ma'am. The nuns burst into laughter in unison.
At that time, on this lovely summer day, Kiona felt happy.
San Mironis legend.
Surrounded by warmth in the blooming countryside, she absolutely did not regret the time she had been a princess.
Oh, that was cute. Not this guy again. Not this guy. Whoopsies. Anyway, time to drink absinthe. Never doubt the power of me begging gods for miracles. Okay.
Where is the guide for this? This reminds me of that one TikTok where a girl said she wishes to be Chinese concubine, being ignored by the emperor so she can Yuri out with the other concubines and scheme.
That's just Revenge of the Villainous. I don't know. I've never played it, but I want to.
Maybe we should do... Wait.
Okay, I know I said we were doing Spider-Man on Monday, but what if we do Revenge of the Villainous on Monday? Wouldn't that be fun? Guide. Official ending guide.
Nahima.
Medea. Okay, we need Medea. Spider-Man can wait. Spider-Man can wait. Maybe we need some C-drama time. Road to the Empress? Oh, Road to Empress. That one, yeah. Or that could be the game we do after this for Saturday as like a story, even though it's not technically a sad. I mean, it's a story game, so it counts, right? And we can still do Spider-Man. And that could be just next. Well, I have another game I want to do after this as like an actual kind of like more somber game. And it's like, I think it's going to be quite short, so that might be a nice one. And then we could do that one after.
Okay. Do. Whoa.
Okay, here it is.
So first, we say that we were queen. I wish I was queen. How eager you are to become queen. I'm certain that the day will soon come. Have more patience. It seems so long before then. Do you think this will be a vision of the future awaiting me? Assuredly. In any case, that's all I wish with you.
Okay, bye. You are late. Ah! I'm sorry, Nahima. I don't wish to be irritated with you. I'm sorry. You took quite some time coming here.
The young servant looked down sadly as she spoke with a meek voice. But I came at the usual hour, Princess. You know how committed I am to be on time. It was not enough today. I had a horrible night. You could have hurried a little after what happened yesterday. Nahima, it's fine. She doesn't know. Anyway. Not to do her work, but stayed unusually quiet while doing so. Feeling guilty, she lashed out at her friend. Kiona felt the need to break the awkward silence. I think I'm going to tell my private tutor I'm sick. Okay. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, we kind of did read all of his stuff because it's about learning about the fairy's blessing. It is impossible.
But I swear on my life, Nahima, stop with your nonsense. Fairies don't exist, or ogres, or imps. And I've asked dozens of witnesses, and they certify their memories are fogged by Mother's death. You're asserting that all those people are fools or idiots? Yes. Do you have anything better to present? That's none of your business. You refuse to make use of your blessing because of sheer pride? I've questioned several persons who were invited to the great celebration that was given in your honor, and they did get close enough to confirm about the fairy. Whatever you may think, the facts are undeniable. Well, let us suppose it is true. What would I do with that blessing? Well, a healer, girl.
It is unfair.
Fiona gave a faint scowl. It was obvious she was dissatisfied. The both of us were supposed to investigate. Why am I being pushed in the background? I don't want to visit the kitchens. I want to ask questions.
Nahima sighed with a sincerely sorry look.
I understand, Princess, but we don't have a choice. We will not be able to get anything from those people without some guile and diplomacy. Your status inspires respect. That is how it is.
Okay. Oh my god. I saw a video breakdown on The Mummy, but it was in Emotep's perspective. And I realized there's a lot of those movies that I've forgotten about, because what do you mean there was a whole plot line with their son and like they try to kidnap him and steal his bracelet and shit. What happened in The Mummy? Was that all in The Mummy 1 or was that in The Mummy 2? Its stuff is Mummy 2, China stuff is Mummy 3. Ah, okay, so anything involving the kid is Mummy 2. Okay. Anyway, I remember thinking, oh, Emotep was so sad. Like, he just tried to save the lady, and then he ended up dying, and then she ended up leaving him. But then upon seeing the recap, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Emotep kind of sucked, too. Because he had the chance to kind of, like, walk away, and he didn't. He just, like, I believe in magic. I believe in myself. The creature seemed surprised by that answer. Magic only serves as a supplement to your inner strength. Your strength is the source of magic. Oh yeah, I think when I said I believed in magic, she was like, ew. Whatever. I do not think you have already understood this. You are very mature for a mortal so young. You have potential. I like that. Thank you, Godmother. May I take some time to further ponder the matter? Oops. We're pondering. Do I look okay to you? Oh, I feel so bad being mean. Contemplates the universe in a split second. Shh, don't worry about it. You would have seen the fairy and your father since this morning. I guess you was shaken. Of course I am. In a mere 3 days, I am proposed to be by my own father, forced to do my people. My only hope comes from an eerie limbo creature. Well, let's not be mean to the fairy. Okay, I think it's gonna come soon. Wait, did I skip it? Oh. Oh, no, I saved after it. God damn it. Oh, this bit is relevant because he made a deal with the devil. And that's why. So here, Godmother's advice. Hello, Medea, my love.
What the young woman was truly missing was the advice of her godmother. The mad pace at the farm life hardly allowed daydreaming, but she had still felt the need to consult the fairy many times during her stay with the Anselm family. Incidentally, she would have wished their single meeting to last much longer. There were so many questions she wanted to ask. How could she know? If she was doing the right thing, Kiona did perfectly master the protocol of being a princess. She was not used to speak the common people. She never knew how to behave. The art of discussion was complex. She had to analyze her interlocutor's gestures, words, and emotions in an attempt to imitate them as best as she could. Retainers did not communicate the same way as nobles did. They were more spontaneous, unvarnished. Now that she was immersed in a new environment, the princess was all the more eager to see a familiar face again, to share her fears. That is when a realization imposed itself on her, casting a shadow over her mood. Since she had gone back in time, what the young woman had lived no longer existed. Okay. I wonder how Medea became a fairy. Very little thought for Bertha, who had still worked hard to prepare dinner. Still having the strength for that, Kiona decided to offer her support. When she entered, the kitchens were evidently boiling. Noticing Bertha, who was shouting a few steps away, she snuck up to the cook. May I help you? Furry little animal, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Is that not your hour break? I could use my spare time differently, but I don't want to abandon you during such a crucial time. Berth, how nice of you. I'm not going to deny I need your help. The first dishes are practically ready to be delivered, but we're missing an important step. Which one? Presentation. I'm going to give you a simple order. Look at how I display the plates and do the same. Between the two of us, we should become much faster. In a matter of minutes, the courses were parading for her. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry. Guys, I'm getting hungry. If there was no difficulty with the task itself, in a peaceful atmosphere, haste hindered any attempt to be meticulous. Consequently, she needed to reach the best compromise. The two women worked relentlessly to reach that compromise while the retainers took hold of the full soup plates and covered them with empty ones that had been turned upside down to form spheres. They then placed their creations on top of each other and wrapped them in a napkin. Thanks to this technique, valets could go across a narrow staircase and huge hallways at top speed without risking of spilling the precious dishes. Once the first service was done, they still had to tackle the next one, and so on and so forth, until the very last one. To the extent that Kiona finished her labor drenched in sweat. Finally, the agitation died, and night was proceeding. All the cooks gathered for a well-deserved meal before scattering. I know, food delivery and then plating up food. Life is hard. Rascals have done the dishes throughout the meal to ensure there would be enough plates, but they left their post right after. There's not much left to do, but I'll let those rascals know what I think of such behavior. While mumbling, the cook grasped a piece of soup and started washing the remaining dishes with the help of Kiona, who was dying to lie down in her bed after so much effort. A tired voice broke the silence. By the way, I didn't have time to thank you. You really helped me out of a jam tonight, Donkey Skin. Oh, do not mention it. I feel a bit guilty about resting when I see how hard you are working. Bertha abruptly stopped rubbing a glass and stared at her protege in the eye with an absolutely serious look. You know, it will sound excessive, but I consider you my own sister. I do not know what to say. We've known each other such a short time. That's true, but I already care about you, just like I care of many of the girls here. I like how she said sister and not daughter. Earth, I'm pretty sure we've got a very big gap in our lives. When you're going through a rough patch, you need to confide in someone, right? For instance, a laundry woman came to me once because she lost her family and was feeling overwhelmed, and I did my best to support her. Earth is not that old. Is she not? I thought since she was like the head chef and everything that she was like a lot older than everyone else. What I'm trying to say is that if you're going through hard times, can't date your daughter, wait. I'll always be there for you. Birth. The princess was both moved and impressed by the selflessness and kindness Birth showed her.
If she could only admire her actions, she was scared by the huge sacrifice she was making for other people all the time. More than anything, she reminded her of Nahima. She was not ready to face that revelation implied. Okay, blah blah blah. The heiress decided to go back to the kitchen to assist Berth. Following the success of her Parmesan crust soup, she wished to practice on more refined dishes, and thought this learning process would be relatively quick. That is why she pressed her benefactress to teach her how to bake a cake. A cake? You mean a bacon pie or a cheese pie? No, I would like to create entremets, some kind of dessert. In that case, I advise you have a go at apple fritters, compote, or crepes. Crepes are nice. Oh no! Oh! It gave me the loading sign. I'm gonna save again. Guys, we're gonna save again. Crepes it will be! Berth shrugged. She did not quite grasp her protege's sudden passion for entremets, but saw no reason why she should decline her request. Kiona rejoiced, as she had obviously something in the back of her mind. Since she was plagued with bad luck, she had to provoke an encounter with Lord Griseld, in hopes of speaking to him. Is that a different one? Oh, we have those two that are new. Oh, and Donkey Skin 4! That's the one that we missed before. By a happy coincidence, the king's son happens to regularly visit the tenant's farm where Donkey Skin is working on his return from hunting trips. One day, he ventures to the barnyard next to her room and out of curiosity, peeks through the keyhole. That's when he sees her adorned in the dress the color of the sun and succumbs to her charm. The prince only thinks about this mysterious stranger and questions other farmers about her. They say that she is the ugliest, dirtiest scullery maid they've ever seen. As he cannot believe such a description, the prince languishes and is no longer in the mood for anything. Worried, his mother, the queen, promises to do everything he shall wish for in hope of comforting him. The prince requests Donkey Skin prepare him a cake. The young girl drops one of her rings in the batter, and the king's son does not fail to find it upon eating the cake. All the maidens in the area are then invited to try on the ring in order to marry him, but none of them have a finger slender enough. When Donkey Skin's turn comes, it fits her perfectly, and she reveals her true identity, to everyone's surprise. The wedding is immediate, and the princess's father, suddenly cured from his incestuous urge, is invited to the wedding! In the prose version, the ring's fall during the cake's preparation is accidental, whereas it is highly implied in the original that it was intentional. I'm dead. Oh my god. That's wild. Anyway, he would find the ring while enjoying the dessert, which would not fail to intrigue him. He would then fetch the cooks responsible for the dish to question them. The young woman would finally be able to reveal her identity. The plan was flawless. She would only need to wait for Berth to look elsewhere to drop her ring. Overexcited in the crepes? Crepes are so thin. Fiona set to prepare her dough under the watchful eyes of her mentor. Take some flour and humidify it with egg whites and egg yolks. Stir it with water, add a pinch of salt, a little white wine, and whisk it at all lengths. Oh, no milk. Yes, madam. Now the hot pot. Put the butter in a frying pan and make it melt. You'll have to add a ladle of dough in the middle and let it run until it takes the shape of a perfect disc. Then take the crepe out without damaging it. Young Mora's euphoria faded away as she was cooking her entremets. Despite her best efforts, she could not attain a round shape. The crepes were dripping everywhere. They were too big or too small, too thin or too thick, and even ended up torn up or burnt when Kiona would try to take them out of the pan. Sympathizing with her dismay, Berthe patted her shoulder. I'm sorry, Donkey Skin, but I can't give the food you made to the prince. As head chef, it's my duty to bring him dishes of the highest quality. He wouldn't tolerate it if I were to present him flawed crepes. Have I made all those efforts for naught? Of course not. We're gonna bring the plate to the common room so the servants can serve themselves. They'll be grateful. Oh, that's not quite what I was hoping for. I understand your disappointment, but what's done is done. Why did I go wrong? I followed all your instructions to the letter. I think you must have incorrectly measured your ingredients, furry little animal. This kind of recipe requires great precision, and a dough of lesser quality can cause problems during the cooking step.
Is that my only mistake?
I think you also had trouble managing the intensity of the flames. Besides, it's your first time. It was obvious you'd need several attempts to get the hang of it. You learn from your mistakes. Practice makes perfect. Fiona was not in the mood. Okay. Girl, it's fine. I quit cooking. Anyway.
Let's stay in the attic.
Where's the attic? There was no attic. Never mind. Let's go to the courtyard, I guess. Woo!
The heiress decided to go back to the kitchen to assist Berth, despite the crushing defeat of her last attempt. If truth be told, her self-esteem had taken a blow and she was not entirely sure it was a good idea, but considered she had to at least try one last recipe. It was thus with a knot in her stomach that she pushed the kitchen door open. I feel kind of like, damn, maybe I'm not that bad at cooking if I can make a good crepe. You came back, furry little animal. It makes me happy. I did not want to give up before trying one last time.
Don't look so glum. It's not the end of the world if you can't.
But I wanted to serve our lord a dish.
You have strange ideas fixed inside that head of yours, but so be it. Attic is common room, but oh, it's fine. They did say it's more like a... You can do it if you want, but it's not that important. I suggest you be the one to take care of apple fritters while I'm preparing the spinach pie.
Understood. I will do my utmost. Berth could not help smiling upon seeing her so serious and decided to play along.
Here's a list of ingredients you need. A few apples, some citron, a bowl and a half of white flour, 4 ounces of sugar, 4 ounces of raisins, a glass of white wine, a bit of oil, and a bit of saffron. You'll have to slice the apples and citron into small pieces, then make a syrup out of the citron. Mix everything together until you obtain some sort of paste. Is it coming along?
Yes, madam.
Pour 3 pounds of oil in a frying pan and cook until it becomes very hot. You then have to fry your paste by putting honey and sugar on top of it. I do like some fritters. I love banana fritters a lot. Beware, the process is really fast, and if your oil is not hot enough, the fritters are going to inflate and turn upside down. Make sure you don't burn yourself either. The oil has a tendency to spurt. Under the cook's strict supervision, Kiona tried her hardest. She persevered until she obtained apple fritters as crispy as can be.
Tell me what you think, Berth. Can my apple fritters be served at the prince's table?
The benefactress moved forward, took one of the fritters with the least regular shape, and bit into it with an expression that was impossible to decipher. For a moment, the princess stopped breathing. Those few seconds seemed to go on forever. The suspense was reaching its peak. At long last, the cook spoke with a solemn note. Your fritters are accepted. Griselda will be able to eat them. Fiona rejoiced and jumped into her mentor's arms to embrace her. Thank you with all my heart. Berth burst out laughing. There, take it easy, furry little animal. The young woman stepped back once again, embarrassed. My apologies. Don't mention it. I was impressed by your concentration, and your work was worthy of what we served during royal banquets. You can be part of the kitchen staff if you feel like it. I'd be happy to teach you. Fiona could not believe her ears.
It is an honor to be able to work alongside you.
You're giving too much credit, Donkey Skin. You know, I made my share of mistakes when I was still an apprentice. Sometimes way worse than yours. Your crepes from the other day cut a fine figure compared to my first ones.
I have a hard time believing it.
And yet, what's important is to never let mistakes, but to persevere. It's thanks to my determination that I managed to improve, overcome my weakness, and become a good cook. Never give up, or you'll regret it. Kiona stared at Berth with admiration. In her eyes, she was an extraordinary person she wished to emulate.
New possibilities complete the kitchen storyline.
That night, she returned to the common room with a heart as light as a feather. Everything seemed beautiful, and she almost felt like singing.
One day, I too will become as skillful as she is. Pleased with her declaration, The young woman crossed the hallway, bouncing up and down. She wanted the bliss of that moment to last forever.
Nothing is eternal. Oh no.
Okay, don't forget to make a save before selecting your task. You can only succeed if you do the corresponding chore in the previous route and saw that storyline to completion. Failing a task gives you an achievement. So you still want to pick these choices before going back. And we're going to do management. Fiona opted for the palace's management. Insofar as she had been endowed with great ambitions, she esteemed that tackling such a fundamental position would only turn out to be informative, even if she was not sitting on a throne. Nonetheless, she wished to rule her subjects as fairly as possible.
Okay, so it seems like in this route, it's kind of like we need to get better at management so that because this route seems to be more about like getting power versus Nahima's, which was getting love.
Then a rival stranger who was sticking her nose into their business greatly bothered them. Lady-in-waiting, who was often taking care of her, found a roundabout way to let her know. Madame is too kind to be willing to help us. You worry for nothing. We have the situation very much under control. It's so nice outside. Why don't you go bask in the sun? My goal is not to inconvenience you, but to gain a better idea of the work you are carrying out. Perhaps I could find a way to relieve you of your burden. You have nothing to lose. So be it. The servants yielded, and the princess was able to observe them at leisure. Thanks to the experience she had gained in Griselde's castle, she had a very good insight to the customs and differences from one kingdom to the other, which produced a profusion of ideas to improve everyone's everyday life. Furthermore, the fact that she had been birth's assistant ensured a certain advantage. It acquired a solid foundation concerning the pantry's management, and tips on how not to waste food, and above all, she was able to contemplate at work a woman's concern with the well-being of her employees without undermining her authority. In fact, Kiona quickly became able to ascertain the shortcomings in place and make decent proposals to correct them. So then, you would not need to change the weaving loom? Very well, I will talk to Lord Tharley about it next time I see him. Servants hardly found fault with someone finally taking their complaints into account and dealing with finances. Thus they respected, if not her person, her efforts. All the more so that she had seen the library late in the night examining the registers. They feared her, and some even nicknamed her the Dragon. She could not care less, as long as she was doing a good job. Huh. Queen in training. I didn't get the vibrator ad or the streamer sent one. I only get ads about not paying to get ads anymore. Oh no. If it helps, I haven't gotten the vibrator ad in like 5 years or so. So they probably stopped doing that. Now it is just gambling ads. She closed her small notebook and looked up. I hope you are watching me from up there and you are proud of me. Mama ending. Georges! I wish to avenge myself. I admit the reasoning is not selfless in the slightest. I would like first and foremost to take revenge on Lady Seraphine. After what she made me endure, she deserves to be crushed in the same manner. I will take her place by the king's side, and I will tarnish her reputation. Everyone will know what her little despicable schemes are. I see you care about restoring your honor. Naturally, it is the only part of my revenge. The harm that bird of ill omen caused is too serious for me to content myself with. Blah, blah, blah. I will quarter her, and I will watch every single second of her torture as she watched mine. Oh my god. That's the only way my thirst for blood can be quenched. Why would I let myself get killed? Correct me if I'm wrong, oh. And then she's like, you're more likely to die a painful death, so just be careful, you know. If I die again, I'll have to start over. Why waste time? Like Sisyphus, I would only roll up the boulders destined to crush me. It would be pointless to expend great effort in doing something if I do not reap the fruits of my labor. Okay, our villain era continues. So it seems like shortly after the hidden object game. I can skip. Oh no! I did not mean to skip that too much
Fuck. Okay, wait, let's just go back. Oops.
Okay, let's just find the objects, okay? I'm too scared to press the skip button right now.
Oops! I did not mean to. I didn't mean to click the skip button. I did it accidentally. I'm too skip happy. I know. I got my hand on the trigger. I need to get it all.
Isn't it there?
Oh! Okay. We're gonna go back. Here it is. Letter. Find memory fragment. Nice. I didn't anticipate it would turn out this way, but the skip is out of control in my hands. I also didn't notice that I could have just turned off the skip during the games, but I decided to do it the hard way. Invoke the fairy. Medea, please. Medea, please. Time is absorbing itself. It's crazy. You mentioned in a prior conversation, time itself was reacting to my interference by attempting to erase it and limit its damages on the cosmos' harmony. Would it be possible for the world tree itself to cause my temporary amnesia? Since I have created alternative timelines, it is gradually wiping them away so that order can be restored. Because those memories are no more, I come to forget them eventually. Oh my, well that's a perfectly valid theory. I deduce that instead of directly disposing of me, the World Tree attempts to indirectly do so by erasing everything that is related to the enchantment. That way, it probably expects that I will stop disrupting the flow of time on my own initiative, as I will not be able to remember my mistakes. Medea gazed at her protege with admiration. Something close to pride was gleaming in her eyes. I intend to mention a radically different hypothesis, but this one does hold water. You truly have a particular affinity with magic. You should make me a fairy, girl. It would be so cool. It would be the best and coolest thing ever, girly. Okay. What could she say? What could the right words be in the situation? She's not used to comforting. Oh, definitely did this. I choose to believe it nonetheless. Impressed, she began to clap. How beautiful, princess. You're so self-assured. We're stronger now. Appeal to authority. Insofar as Lord Jeunesse placed you at my service, should I not be your mistress? My orders should take precedence over his. It's true that I was asked to serve you and do everything in my power to please you, but the king is my true master. My loyalty is to him. I'm not the kind of person to falter so easily. Yeah, we know that, Louise, because you betrayed us in the other ending, and it sucked, and I don't trust you at all anymore. Ask her about her knowledge. Why not talk about magic? Decidedly, you cannot be sidetracked from that topic, and yet it seemed you quite liked my curiosity. I might not have the qualifications to become your pupil, but I am no less fascinated by your world. For instance, you once said you knew the future. How does that work? It would be more exact to say fairies are unaffected by the passing of time. For us, past, present, and future merge. We exist everywhere, at any given time. Can one consider that you are the soul of the world? In a sense, we are the guardians of the tree that holds the world. We neither grow old nor die in a natural way. Mankind's feats and calamities slip through our fingers, just like sand. Are you all-knowing? As odd as it may sound, I am not. Fairies have access to an infinite amount of information, but it is impossible for us to retain them all, much less knowing everything. We remain former humans, we have to sort the information, we can still be mistaken or misinterpret the knowledge that is passed down. How complicated. It is only beyond you because you have not experienced it yourself. It's natural not to grasp the unknown. I am still facing numerous mysteries myself. Even you? Even I.
I might look all-powerful, but I am a vessel first and foremost. It is magic that manifests through me to take shape rather than me truly using it. That is exactly why becoming a fairy implies to forsake your humanity. A man has the power to act, even if his dreams are whispered to him by fate, whereas we are doomed to remain onlookers forever. Fairies do not influence history, they limit themselves to watching and recording it. That's depressing. Do you like your work? My work? It is not only an occupation, but also a part of myself. I am but a fragment of a human being possessed by magic. By the soul of the world, as you put it. I will never be able to back out, even if I wanted to. You could regret becoming a fairy once in a while. It happens, does it not? From the day I took an oath, I discarded everything. I must mean that there was hardly anything holding me back on this good old earth. You should regard me as a ghost, or a living dead, a husk from the past that is human in appearance only, if at all. For a ghost, you look dazzling, Medea. You have more style than many living beings I have encountered during my time jumps. The fairy blinked, stunned. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, my child. Why not? You need a lot more than that to revive my poor necrotized heart. What more do you need? I'm willing to try. Clever girl. You cannot possibly expect me to tell you. You will have to find the answer yourself if you are so eager to know me. Thank you, fairy. Oh. Fairies did not accept pupils for their world seemed fascinating. She would have given everything to trade her rather mundane life for the enticing unknown. Okay. Oh, I didn't even notice it was glowing here. I didn't even notice. So we went from absinthe, and then the other one was the letter, and then we have poison. So I'm assuming we poisoned ourselves at the end. Become a fairy! Yes, here we go. Choose Medea. My request will no doubt sound surprising, so swear you will not laugh at me. Medea smiles softly, intrigued. Let me just see. Yay! I have all the fragments! You can confide in me freely. I would like to become one of you. Make me a fairy. The creature opened her eyes wider than she had ever done before. It was not easy to take her by surprise, yet exceptionally, her jaw remained dropped, frozen in amazement. You are probably going to say I am still very young, or my decision is rash, but I have thought about it a lot, and I see nothing but benefits. Because of these recurring time travels, I've lived longer than it may seem, and quite chaotically at that. Consequently, I am already wary of the ups and downs of a mortal's life. A fairy's life seemed far more interesting to me. Man, poor Nahima, though. Medea regained her composure, uncertain. Are you sure about that? If I accept, there will be no turning back. Not only are you going to gradually disappear from the memories of those who know you, including your lady-in-waiting, you'll also lose your humanity at the end of the process. If you manage to go all the way, that is. Becoming a fairy implies a symbolic death. I am very much aware it is a radical decision, but I have little regret, even if I still have a great deal of affection for Nahima. I do not have the strength to carry on like her. I made the promise I would not let myself die, and I intend to keep it, by exchanging my mortal existence against a new one. Is that not a perfect compromise? I have to admit, I see potential in you, and that becoming a fairy could indeed suit you. Wait, I just realized! In Nahima's ending, did we ever free the fairy from, because, we never used her wish at any point, so technically wouldn't she have been stuck with us at the end? Because I'm just thinking, in this ending, we're kind of forsaking Nahima in a way, and then that ending, we were kind of forsaking the fairy in a way.
But I don't know what happened to the fairy. Maybe she was just like, she's fine. I'm gonna leave. I'm out. It's my duty to give you warning. A life of solitude awaits you.
Why is that? Are there no other fairies?
Of course there are. Our only purpose is to serve the world's order. Friendship is not always a priority. You see, by denying our own humanity, we've abandoned all hope of being able to love and being loved in return.
Fiona looked down, melancholic.
I already feel quite lonely as a mere human being. It will hardly make a difference. In fact, I believe it will be a clear improvement since you will be here with me. And ever since you have come into my life, I feel closer to you than anyone else. Poor Naima! The unexpected wittiness threw the fairy off balance once again. Me? I am just your godmother.
We've only known each other for a short while, yet I have already complete faith in you. Would you be willing to teach me magic?
Medea remained in disbelief for a few moments before nodding, oddly triumphant. I can feel your determination, and I like that. So be it. As long as the World Tree approves of your integration, I've no objection to making you my student.
Many thanks, godmother.
From now on, you cannot call me godmother anymore. You will have to use my name.
Understood, Medea.
That is much better.
Would you allow me to say goodbye to Nahima before our departure? After everything we've experienced together, it would be cruel to leave like a thief in the night.
You have my consent.
Fiona gracefully bowed out of politeness and rushed in the castle's galleries under the mischievous eye of the fairy.
She eventually reached the library, where the retainer was patiently waiting for her, sitting on a bench, a book on her lap, only illuminated by candlelight. When she noticed the princess, the servant did not fail to leap up, putting her book down on the table.
Princess, you're coming at just the right time. I'm feeling drowsy, and I almost fell asleep quite a few times. Did you hatch a plan with your godmother?
You could say that. Above all else, I wanted to tell you goodbye.
You're leaving already?
The young woman brushed the interrogative look aside and took a deep breath before pouring out her feelings. Thank you for being by my side all these years. Even if I have been capricious and volatile at times, you were my beacon, my only family, and I could only live a carefree life because you were here with me. In my darkest hours, when everything seemed lost, it was again the memory of your smile that guided me, and our friendship followed me through time and space. Words alone really cannot express my gratitude. Unfortunately, I did not come out unscathed from the darkness where my ignorance put me. I am no longer the same person. Because I am now aged and disillusioned, I do not want to bear the burden of a mortal anymore. I do not want this permanent turmoil anymore. I cannot live among the like of you anymore. I feel too at odds with the world. I've seen too many things I should never have seen.
What are you talking about?
For all these reasons, I would like to remove myself from reality. I am going to leave where nobody can find me and simply trade my burden for a more peaceful existence, away from the wickedness of humans.
Don't leave me behind!
I'm really sorry, but this is my choice. Be strong, Nahima, and I know that a part of you will always live inside me, even if I forget your name and your face. Panicked, the lady-in-waiting rushed towards Kiona in the hope of holding her back, but she was prepared. The princess kissed her friend on the forehead, her lips covered in magic, releasing a powerful enchantment. Nahima saw dizziness overwhelming her. Within moments, she fell in her mistress's arms, deeply asleep. Tenderly, Kiona placed her on the bench and put a warm blanket on her shoulders, so she would not catch a cold. She parted with her pendant and dropped it in the palm of her friend's limp fist. May God always bless you. Lastly, she blew out a candle in one breath, plunging the room in darkness, and closed the door.
Her godmother was waiting for her in the hallway, just a few steps away.
Did everything go as planned?
Absolutely. Your spell worked perfectly. We can now depart.
Very well. Take my hand. We will use magic to travel.
The young Mora looked back one time and grabbed the hand of the fairy. Much to her surprise, it was warm, and above all, incredibly soft. She lowered her eyes and smiled discreetly. To think, this is the first time Medea is letting me touch her. She stood up straight and signaled that she was ready. Moments after, the two women vanished into thin air. A few seconds after, their bodies materialized in the middle of the forest, miles away from the castle. Once the surprise was gone, Kiona was not used to the teleportation yet. The fairy in making did not fail to notice that it was a very ordinary landscape. She inspected her surroundings with curiosity in search of a clue.
Not too shaken by the trip, I hope.
Not at all. It was almost instantaneous, so I barely had time to worry. What a useful mean of transport. Now I understand why you like to overuse it so much.
The cheekiness is so typical of you.
I suppose there is a good reason for us to be in this specific place.
Indeed. It so happens it's the closest entrance. The magical realm is vast. You can access it from more or less anywhere, in this world or in another. The border is usually invisible to men, but they can still inadvertently cross it on occasion. In our case, all we have to do is walk below the stone arch that is cleverly hidden by the foliage. The creature placidly pointed her finger, and Kiona eventually saw what she was talking about.
Well, I would have never noticed it if it was not for your prior warning.
We've lost enough time. Come. Obedient, the young Moor followed closely behind her.
Ooh, wait, that's so pretty. No sooner had they crossed the border, the landscape started to warp. If they were still standing in a forest, the usual greenness had now made way to shimmering, supernatural colors. A strange flora was thriving in the shade of the underwood. In the distance, an enormous millennium tree seemed to be towering above the rainforest, illuminating it all the while. Like bluish bubbles, you could see its magical fruits slowly swinging as if they were lanterns. A fairy realm?
Oh no, this is danger. Kiona was speechless. Her mentor could not help laughing at her.
Welcome to the magical realm. This place is wonderful. Is this really where you live, Medea?
A very good question. Let us head towards the World Tree, and I will explain the basics on our way.
Thrilled, stars in her eyes, the princess did not need to be asked twice.
Did they have fiber here? What's the up-down? Well, they have the knowledge of the universe, so they probably don't need fiber. First of all, know that the realm is actually a parallel world of sorts where time does not flow anymore. It is thus linked to a multitude of different worlds and realities, including yours.
So there is more than one?
Oh yes, imagine that the World Tree is continuously spreading invisible spores through every single parallel dimension in order to collect data and watch the passage of time. All that data then comes back to the World Tree, and it is by connecting it through magic that we take our knowledge. Incidentally, you may note that even though this realm is vast, most fairies generally gather around the World Tree, as our task is to tend it. We regularly perform magic rituals to consolidate and increase its power. The guy watching the story is just like, what a turn! What is going on?
What does this peculiar tree do with all that data? It must be quite important if it is so closely guarded.
The tree acts as a protector of the cosmos. We are both its emissaries and servants. Destroying the World Tree would amount to making the universe ascend into chaos,
Therefore, you will easily understand why the task is so essential. That is impressive. As they were getting closer to the proud Yggdrasil, the two women met fairies coming the other way, all quiet and apathetic, obviously focused on something else. The atmosphere is so serious. There is no better time to show you around and discuss our organization. You see, each fairy somewhat acts like an independent emissary who travels the worlds at the tree's request to watch the course of time and intervene if necessary. We are also fully fledged members of the community. It is our duty to partake in prominent magical rituals, especially the Full Moon Festival, which takes place once every month. The fairies that you see are most certainly about to carry out some mandatory rites. I must say, I was not expecting fairies to be so studious. Everything is so quiet here. Be it from me to scare you, but one hardly ever becomes a fairy to have fun. We do more or less retain our human forms and remnants of our old personality, but you have to keep in mind, we are merely magic vessels whose entire purpose is to serve the cosmos. Such is our raison d'etre. Magic vessels? Correct. That is a fate that awaits you if you become a fairy. You will be transformed too. You have told me something similar in the past, but I still struggle to see the difference. To me, you appear perfectly human, although strange-looking. Medea let out a distant chuckle. I know the concept is hard to grasp, but you will quickly understand upon hearing the following part. I'm all ears.
They're drones for the trio.
It's true. We are vessels. Our powers wane over time. We need to regularly merge with the world tree to restore our connection and replenish our magic supply. Merge? Imagine we are sleeping inside it, that we could stay there for centuries if need be. Is that what you were doing before I summoned you with my mother's whistle? You mentioned sleeping. Indeed, I was still in stasis at the time. That is why I sent you an astral projection, instead of directly coming to you. Fiona seemed bewildered. The creature tried to lighten the mood. The matching system is quite curious. Oh, that's her. The equivalent of your nuns, except instead of being married to God, we are spiritually copulating with a tree.
What?
Come now, Medea, do not say such a thing. It is the most vivid analogy I could find. I acknowledge its limitations. There is absolutely nothing sexual in the merging process. Tell me about the magic. I'm intrigued. How does one learn it? At the risk of disappointing you, there is no magic school, no talking hat or ghost professor. Each new fairy must simply...
Kiona doesn't know what that means.
Must simply learn the basics of magic by herself, with the assistance of her fellow fairies. But how? You learn by doing meditation, and more importantly, by regularly connecting with the world tree. In other words, you will learn how to become a fairy first. The rest will naturally come with time and practice. I would have thought magic would be more integral to the process. Magic is not so much secondary, that it is going to be a part of yourself. As soon as you will control your new body, magic will become almost second nature to you. Fiona pensively repeated her words. Almost second nature. A brief distraction was suddenly interrupted by an unknown voice. Oh! Is that not a human I see? Fully focused on their discussion, the two women had failed to hear the silhouette approach. Upon turning their heads, they saw a fairy of uncertain age. What? Who's this? Like Medea, her appearance was quite spectacular. She had an aura of immeasurable power. Yet her style seemed diametrically opposed to Medea's swamp witch look. She fitted more closely the stereotype traditionally associated with fairies, but still stood out in a completely different way. At first, Kiona was captivated by the newcomer. Her mentor's response was completely different. She clicked her tongue and scowled, obviously not very pleased. It has been a while, Circe. Oh, Only about 12 years. I thought you were deeply asleep inside the world tree, and here you are, all lively, as if nothing had happened. You could have kept me informed.
It did not cross my mind.
I can see that.
The fairy turned to the princess and examined her from top to bottom with a borderline unpleasant smirk.
I see you've agreed to show the magical realm to a mere mortal. That does not seem like you.
Their eyes met. The creatures were burning fervently.
Go back to where you came from, girl. You have nothing to do here.
Rude! Kiona felt her stomach churn. She did not give in for all that. She tried to retort back.
I precisely wished to become one of you. Medea was kind enough to escort me to the World Tree, so I could obtain its approval.
Cersei sneered at her.
A new recruit? They're becoming scarce, and I hardly sense potential in you that would justify such an exception. Without meaning any disrespect, you will never manage to pass the test, girl.
The princess tried to defend herself, but Cersei gave her no chance to do so. My goodness. Well, I'm not the one with a fucking tree in my head. The fairy casually moved closer to Medea and whispered loud enough for Kiona to hear.
I expected better of you.
Wow. She left as swiftly as she came. The atmosphere was ruined. The young Moor lowered her eyes, upset, as a heavy silence was pervading. Aware of the damaging effect on her colleague's words, Medea attempted to cheer her protégé up. Clumsily, she coughed. Let us pick up where we stopped, shall we?
I am not sure I am in the mood for a detailed report.
I need to save, just in case. To be honest, I was rather meaning to show you my house.
Kiona raised her head, intrigued.
You did not seriously believe we were all sleeping together in a circle on a bed of moss like some hippies, did you? Even fairies need privacy. Oh my god! Wait, it's like the house in Wicked. With a wink, Medea led her protégé towards wooden footbridges. Those were meandering between the trunks all the way to small structures which were perched in the tree and looked similar to huts. They stopped in front of one of them. It had a sign with indecipherable writing on it. Remember the scribble. It is my name. I would not like to see you roaming in another's house by mistake. Kiona gulped before following her inside.
It's very drafty.
To her surprise, it was not a traditional house, but a single room. A kind of dusty storeroom where all sorts of objects were piled up. Welcome to my home. As you can see, I mostly use the space when I need storage for magical items to create potions. With her chin, she pointed out a cauldron that was lying in a corner, clearly unused for the past few decades. For all these reasons, I forbid you to touch anything. You would not want to turn into a toad upon coming across one of my spells. I've already explained. I feel like we should have just turned our dad into a toad, by the way. I feel like things would have been so much better. Like, that's what we should have used our wish on. Turn dad into toad. Everything would have been great. I have a habit of infusing everyday objects with magic to reuse them later, so be careful with everything. Especially with the iron spoon on the edge of the window. I seem to recall this specific curse turned out pretty bad. I should rid myself of it for that matter.
Is it really such a good idea to make me come here if the risk of causing unfortunate incidents is so high?
Didn't think of making a toad ending, sorry. Secret ending.
Medea scratched her cheek. Well, I was considering offering you to stay with me until you have fully transitioned.
It is admittedly not an inn or even a barn, but it seemed more comforting for you to have at least one landmark during your stay. Is there a bed?
You will quickly realize it is, but
since you have entered the magical realm, you no longer need to fulfill your previous biological needs. The magical atmosphere will take care of feeding you and quenching your thirst.
Because the magical realm is vast, but ultimately empty, I was thinking you might prefer to sleep here, in an enclosed space, rather than in the middle of a clearing directly on the ground. Thank you for your kindness, Medea. It would indeed be far more reassuring to keep a few human habits. A brutal change would have been rather counterproductive. That is what I thought. I will unfortunately not be able to offer something better than a makeshift bed. It will be more than enough.
Good to hear. I can't imagine a life not being able to eat, though. Unless they can eat, but they just don't need to. Oh, wow, well, that's a nice bed. With a deft gesture, the fairy recited an incantation, which made a bed appear in one of the free areas of the room. Fiona whistled in admiration, expecting far worse. She took no time regaining her composure and looked away from the sleight of hand to let her eyes linger on her godmother. You have yet to reveal that the World Tree's trial entails. I assumed it was a mere formality, but if the Circe is to be believed, that is far from the truth. I need Kiona to have, like, a fairy outfit. Medea lost her smile. Circe is right. It is entirely possible to fail if the World Tree deems you incompatible with a fairy's calling. It has happened in the past. Your fate is no foregone conclusion. Could I know more about the nature of the test? I would like to prepare to the best of my ability. Unfortunately, I am unable to give you an answer. How so? Did you not have to pass the test yourself when you became a fairy? She sighed, embarrassed. If you wish to know, I will confess something. There's actually two distinct types of fairies. The ones who transform during their lifetimes, as you are currently doing, and less commonly, the ones who have been directly chosen by the World Tree at the time of their death. That is my case. Its spirit visited me as I was about to die and gave me a choice. You easily guess what my answer was. So I don't know what the process could be, but Circe does. So she's one of the people that got picked then. So what does she have to say? You mean she has successfully undergone the trial? Exactly. It is why I do not know how to respond earlier, since I have no idea how the test is supposed to unfold. I can hardly dispute her words. I understand your silence. Is there significance in the selection process? It is said fairies who are chosen by the World Tree often possess greater potential. They are naturally more gifted than others. To be Circe is jealous that you did not have to take the test. She is lashing out at me by proxy. Yes, it is entirely possible, though I don't think this is the whole story. I'd almost forgotten to ask, but what is your relationship with Circe? Is she a foe? A rival? Something else? This matter is far too complicated to be succinctly explained. Did she bring her into this place? Fiona was starting to yawn. Medea took the opportunity to change the subject. You must be worn out by these adventures. Go rest now. We will resume the discussion tomorrow. What about you? Where are you going to sleep? Have you forgotten? Fairies do not sleep outside the World Tree. I suppose I need to make the most of my last nights of sleep then. Exactly. The princess would have protested, but she had to admit all these emotions had indeed exhausted her. Obediently, she lay down in her bed as her godmother respectfully exited the room. No sooner had she closed her eyes, Circe's words came back to her, planting seeds of doubt in her mind. What if I was wrong? What if I was not made to become a fairy? Was it futile to leave everything behind? It cannot be. Medea said I had potential. In return, she remained silent through the whole conversation and never stepped in to support me. Were her compliments merely courtesies? Why would she agree to lead me to the hidden kingdom if she did not believe in my chances? It is beyond me. Girl, don't give up so soon. Tossing and turning in her bed, Kiona eventually exhausted herself with her barrage of questions and dead ends. Half conscious, she saw her thoughts go in surprising directions. Why am I so bothered?
It's not so much Circe's words as Medea's attitude. I wanted her to support me, to show she was proud of me. I wanted her approval and hers alone. But why? I want her to look at me. I want her to view me as her equal. I want to spend more time in her company, to learn more about her, her story, what she likes. I want to be part of her world. I want...
Damn, she's fallen.
She fell in Morpheus's arms before reaching a conclusion. Oh! A few steps outside on the walkway, the fairy silhouette appeared in the ethereal light. She was gazing at the sky with an anxious look on her face, concerned about her protege. It was obvious that doubt had also arisen in her mind, and she did not know how to hide it. If you were to fail, I think I would never forgive myself. I know all too well what happens to those who defy the world tree.
Oh.
Kiona woke with a start. It took some time to adjust, after which she started to recognize the unfamiliar space and remember her otherworldly adventures. She then realized she was alone. Medea, are you there? No response. Oh. Wait, I never realized she basically had pigtails on the whole time. Fearfully, she exited the hut and was immediately welcomed by those whose phantasmagoric lights were reigning supreme in the magical realm. Is it night, or is it day? Neither. I told you, time does not exist here. There is neither day nor night. You will have to get used to this peculiarity. The young woman then noticed her godmother leaning on the railing further down and hastened to join her. Were you waiting for me? Well, I should be nearby when you wake up, should I not? I'm not really sleepy. My apologies, I did not mean to. The creature shook her head nonchalantly. It is nothing. I took the opportunity to meditate. Now come with me. We need to request a hearing from the World Tree if you would like to pass the test. No sooner said than done. The two women went near the roots where the tiny temple had been erected. It had been intended to facilitate contact between the spirit of the cosmos and the fairies. They entered the building and respectfully knelt. Medea closed her eyes to mentally communicate with her primordial deity in total silence. Fiona was nervously scanning her impassive face, hoping to detect any clue that could help her know how the telepathic conversation was going. In vain. After some time, Medea nodded and bowed before beckoning her protege to step out. What did it say? The tree has probed my spirit and agrees to give you a chance. The trial will take place during the next full moon. That is to say, 3 human days. That is wonderful. Do not rejoice so quickly. You have to prevail. Besides, the chosen date is all the more important. The full moon festival is an ideal time to purify one's mind and get in spiritual contact with nature. Come to think of it, did you not say that night or time did not exist anymore? How do you proceed to celebrate the full moon? Great question. It just so happens, on occasion, the tree's leaves move aside and allow us to gaze at the human sky. Our worlds are exceptionally connected once a month. Of course, it is more impressive during April's pink moon, but I would rather keep it a surprise. I'm sure you will like it. So many mysteries. The two women were merrily conversing. A fairy stopped in front of them. Apologies for the interruption, Medea. Could I talk in private? It's about the organization of the next ritual. Naturally. Wait for me in the area. I will not be long.
Oh no. We're gonna get harassed by Circe again.
Fiona complied and began walking to stretch her legs.
Ruh-roh.
You could imagine her surprise when she came across Circe after a few steps. The fairy noticed her and walked in her direction, all smiles. In light of their first meeting, the young woman was understandably not in the mood to imitate her, and her body language instantly became hostile. She was prepared for any pettiness.
Cersei paid little attention to her defensive stance.
Well, well, well. I see I'm hardly popular around here, but I am not going to eat you.
Eat me? You will not. Belittle me? Most assuredly. What do you want? I am not the type to turn the other cheek to my enemies.
Me, an enemy? Look at you go, girl. No, I may be brutally honest and not very inclined to pull punches, but I mean you no harm. What I said last time was for your own good. I well know the trial entails. Whether you believe me or not, it is particularly difficult.
She isn't even safe in fairy high school. You will understand, I need a little more than that to start trusting you. If you truly have nothing against me, why not help me instead? All I want is to pass a test. Just tell me what it involves.
You cannot be serious, young maiden. I am strictly forbidden from revealing anything. If I were to explain how the trial unfolds, the whole process would be falsified. I would be severely punished by the World Tree to top it all. I don't want to risk my neck, you see.
So there is no way to prepare?
I'm afraid it is not a possibility. I can, however, give you a clue as a token of good faith. Since it is a rite of initiation, you are bound to confront your inner demons.
Confront my inner demons?
Will you be wise enough to perform introspection and overcome your past? I am curious to find out.
Well, that was nice of her to say. Fiona was lost in thought when she noticed her godmother in the distance. On her way to meet them, her face lit up at once. Sensing danger, Cersei took leave.
I will leave you on that note. Prove to me you can surpass yourself.
Medea followed her colleague's departure with her eyes, glaring at her all the while, as if to intimidate her. Then she turned to her protege with a worried look. Are you all right? Did she do something to you? No, she just wanted to talk. The fairy audibly sighed. That is a relief. Cersei has a deplorable habit of playing tricks on other people when she is bored. If she had changed you into a butterfly, I would have been in trouble. Nothing of the sort. If truth be told, I managed to learn a little more about the trial with her help. According to her, I will have to confront my demons. Confront your demons? That sounds logical considering the type of profile the World Tree is looking for, but it's quite vague. Unfortunately, she had nothing more to say. We've hardly made progress. It is nonetheless something to ponder. If I were you, Princess, I would reflect on the shape of those demons. Analyze your biggest fears, your most traumatic experiences. It is likely where the World Tree will draw its inspiration. Fiona received the comment with unusual coldness. Even though her expression was perfectly normal just a few seconds ago, she was now pouting. Medea could not help asking, "What is happening to you?"
Why are you switching so formally again?
Or speaking so formally again? I thought we were starting to know each other, but you're still switching between registers. The fairy opened her eyes wide, expecting something completely different. Apologies, it is a bad habit I've developed, since I never know which level of politeness I should use. I tend to alternate without distinction. Duly noted. Starting from today, I will no longer call you a princess. Besides, since I use your name, you should call me by mine. I never hear you pronounce it. It's another bad habit, since all names have peculiar symbolic meaning when it comes to fairies. I prefer to preserve their power and only use them on occasion. That being said, keep in mind that your current name is going to be revoked by the World Tree. I would not want to grow accustomed to it already and commit a blunder later on. I'd not thought of that. I promise to use it more often as soon as you receive your new name. Interesting, so they have the true name thing here as well. Fiona seemed delighted by this promise. Rather than parting ways, the two women went on a stroll. It was hardly a talkative one, but a pleasant time nonetheless. Oh, wait! I don't think I've noticed her feet before, like the way the roots wrap around her legs. That's really cool. The princess was cheerfully walking by her mentor's side, convinced that she was the happiest person in the world.
Her face flushed. She would sometimes cast an admiring glance at the fairy. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Why am I so elated? I am not even a fairy just yet. The trial is still lying ahead. I should have all the reasons in the world to be nervous, and yet I feel strangely at ease. Taking the reflection a little further, she concluded she was glowing simply because it was the first time she had Medea all to herself. In the human world, her appearances were always cut short. She would tirelessly repeat that she did not belong there. In the magical realm, there were few impediments in their way. She could ask the fairy all the questions she wanted and spend as much time as possible in her company. The princess' smile froze for a moment. She was remembering her night thoughts. Could it be I am having feelings for my godmother? I keep thinking about her, and the mere idea of spending eternity by her side is madly appealing to me. Fiona fixed her gaze on the object of her love. Her mind is clear as day. She was not only hoping to become a fairy, she also wanted to grow closer to Medea. As emotions were flooding, she began interpreting her own past actions in a completely different light, and everything became obvious. Without realizing it, she had stopped walking, which her companion rapidly noticed. Is everything all right? You must be thinking about the test. To be honest, my concern is completely different. The fairy narrowed her eyes, worried. Oh, really? Do you wish to tell me about it? It will surely sound more than sudden, but I would like to talk about the future. I'm listening. You have been by my side during all my time travels. You've supported me despite all opposition when I was depressed and lost. I thus see you as someone very dear to me. I would not want our relationship to end already. Oh my god, it froze. Let us suppose that I am accepted as a fairy. Will you stay with me? I do not appreciate the praise, but I was not intending to desert you. As a new fairy, you will need advice, and I am more than willing to teach you magic. That's not what I had in mind. I'm not sure I follow you. I would like to become more than a disciple, Medea. I want to be with you. Romantically speaking, you mean? Fiona looked down, turning red. Yes, I would like to go further. Oh. The magic creature seemed stunned, dazed, bewildered. With her jaw dropped open and shaking hands, she let her gaze drift in every direction. This must be the first time someone has said something like that to me. I don't know how to respond. One thing is certain, however. Although I'm extremely flattered, you should not be taking an interest in someone like me. You're a nice girl. You're strong-willed, smart, and curious. You deserve better than, well, me. No! R.I.P. Without giving the former princess a chance to protest, she hastily fled in a puff of smoke. Alone in the middle of the clearing, Fiona could only sigh, demoralized and faced with her own foolishness. I should never have told her about my feelings. It was too soon. Oh, what a fool I have been. No. Following Medea's disappearance, the young woman spent hours ruminating, imagining what she could have said, how she could have worded her confession, engaging in endless self-flagellation in her head. Well, now we understand how Nahima felt. Then once she had enough of going in circles, she decided to pull herself together and return to the forest hut to confront her beloved. That beloved was indeed there, in the middle of brewing some potions. She looked deeply focused. He sheepishly attempted to atone. Medea, I'm deeply sorry for what I said. I should not have shared my feelings so unexpectedly, especially as the ceremony is drawing near. Just know that I will respect your choice, regardless of the result, and that you can take as much time as necessary to contemplate the issue. She gritted her teeth, expecting to be properly rejected, but nothing came. The fairy completely ignored her. Fiona candidly believed it was a charade.
once a bitter pill would have been swallowed. That was not the case. For hours and hours, the fairy acted like she did not exist. Medea? Unless we've been pooped out of existence. Frustrated by the childish behavior, she considered the situation called for desperate measures. I only know one person who could help. Really?
Unless you have come to me. Well, well, humans are full of surprises. I thought you did not like me.
You seem to have known Medea for a long time. As a rival, it felt natural to seek your advice.
Rival? Who put that idea in your head?
Nobody. It is a conclusion I've reached through witnessing your interactions. Neither you nor Medea seem to like each other much. I thought I was tripping, but no, I did just have ominous. It's in my Troncy playlist somehow. I didn't have that one in there.
I can see why you would have this impression, but you are greatly mistaken. Medea is actually a friend, and I feel no animosity towards her than I feel towards you.
Really? Yet you were continually making faces while talking to each other, and your tone sounded highly sarcastic.
The truth is, I was just in a bad mood. You see, I made her a promise to always let me know when she is awake, so I can check on her. Otherwise, the beast would simply stop speaking to me for several millennia. I was legitimately angry to learn she'd been outside the World Tree for days, without so much as telling me. I think she sensed that. As soon as she saw me, she knew it was in her best interest not to boast too much, hence her weird behavior and my abrasiveness.
Oh. So she's a Glinda then. Why force her to give news? I'm sure that the tension between you two would not be so high if there was no pressure.
You do not know Medea's legendary character trait. She constantly acts distant and apathetic, even when she's secretly dying to see me. I have given her plenty of freedom in the past, and sure enough, she completely disappeared for an indefinite period of time. When I confronted her about her worrying absence, she mumbled that she had simply lost track of time.
I do know Comet the same mistake twice. Could it be she genuinely does not want to see you? Cersei shrugged.
Believe me, young maiden, life would be so much easier if Medea knew how to express her feelings. But she hides everything, all the time.
She's an avoidant. She's an avoidant type.
It took me decades to begin to understand how she operates. Do you know that at the start of my career as a fairy, I thought she hated me. She was so cold. I eventually took her aside to ask what the problem was, and of course, there was none.
How did you two become friends in these conditions?
Perseverance, dear. A whole lot of it. I simply learned to identify her quirks, gauge when I should let her enjoy solitude, and when I could make her step out of her comfort zone.
You must really like her to put in as much effort.
Hee, I suppose. She is quite pig-headed, but there's a lot going on under that shell she carries all the time. This is probably a remnant of her humanity. While I find it hard to blame her, I have my own demons. The fact remains, if you actually have a crush on her, you will need to put in as much effort as me to tame her, if not more.
I understand some things better now.
Since she does not know how to express her feelings, and sometimes she's not even aware of her own feelings, communication can prove to be tricky. It is likely what happened to you earlier. Medea was overwhelmed and did not know how to respond, so she ran away. Typical. Now there is a secret I must reveal.
A secret?
Or rather, an information that could very well backfire if you do not use it properly. You see, Medea has fewer difficulties expressing herself when she is angry. She admits things more easily when she is on the verge of annoyance. That is why I occasionally indulge in provoking her, because I know it is going to trigger a reaction from her. But obviously, that is walking on thin ice. My goal is never to spark her fury. That would be inappropriate, and I want to respect her trust and boundaries. It is more akin to teasing.
So that's why she's the way that she is.
Except that I am a fairy, and you are not. What do you mean? I mean that, worst case scenario, I am capable of going up against her if we were to come to blows. We have more or less equal magical powers. Besides, I can identify early warning signs and apologize if needed. But she would tear you to pieces. You definitely lack experience. Consequently, I'm not certain you can use this approach wisely.
Well, do we even have the same opportunities? You seem to have always been around her.
I have just recently been born into her life. I'm not even sure she's interested in me. Would that technique be effective coming from me? You do not seem to fully realize, young maiden. Medea is a clam. She is always on the defensive. If she went to the trouble of bringing you to the magical realm, she must have high hopes of seeing you join us. You think so? Of course. I know she's quite sensitive. She once claimed that she did not want to give mortals a chance for fear of seeing the wrath of the World Tree descend on them and feeling guilty over their sad fate. If she is confronting her fear, she must secretly have her reasons for wanting you to become a fairy. I am convinced she has taken a great interest in you, one way or the other.
Fiona's eyes suddenly lit up.
Is that true? I say it because it is true. I have no reason to lie to you. But last time, you said the little sentence before leaving. I expected better of you. If you have such low opinion— Oops!
Hold up.
It would be bizarre to help me. Oh, but that sentence was not directed at you. I was only alluding to the promise Medea had broken by neglecting to introduce you to me. Once again, the mere fact she is bringing a human here is outstanding enough. It upsets me to have been ignored. I wish she had told me herself how you two met and what persuaded her to take the plunge.
Could it be she does not know the answer herself?
That is entirely possible. That would explain why she has no point came to see me to talk it out. This is the one thing I've been waiting for. Ever since your arrival, she is still not coming. I say she is far too lost in your beautiful eyes to spend time with old Circe. You're flattering me. Such is my character. At least I am happy you came to me. In the absence of Medea's version, I have heard yours.
What should I do? I fear I might have upset her, and it would be troublesome if we cannot talk to each other before the trial.
Fret not, your godmother Circe is going to give you a little help.
I already have a fairy godmother. She is called Medea.
You have? Well, you may now consider me her impromptu replacement.
Excitedly, she began formulating her plan. I like Circe. She's fun. Fiona found it hard to believe that such an unpleasant person, who acted meanly only a few hours ago, could be so friendly. She had to admit Circe being in a bad mood was a perfectly believable explanation. Despite herself, she wanted to believe in her. After all, she was the only fairy who could help her learn more about the object of her affection. Thus, she hardly showed resistance to the ingenious plan of Circe the Enchantress. Following her instructions, Kiona headed towards Medea's hut and caught her in deep meditation. As she had indeed noticed her arrival, the fairy limited herself to silently looking away. It was the opportunity the princess was waiting for. Loudly, she said, "Are you not going to speak to me?" Fairy seemed taken aback by so much impertinence. Arden, you run away in the middle of a rather important conversation, and I'm not even given an explanation. Nothing. I am inclined to believe it is a pattern with you. I simply needed to be alone for a while. Does that mean you are now willing to give me an answer? A candid rejection will always be more helpful than an evasive reply. I have already answered. I do not think I am the person you need. And mind your language. This nonsense again. You know perfectly well that is not a proper answer. You are running away. You are scared to confront your own feelings.
Medea was stunned by the radical change in behavior, considering how much the princess looked like she was enjoying teasing her and driving her into a corner.
For Yggdrasil's sake, what could have bitten you?
I am in love with a wonderful person who refuses to see it. Every time I want to come closer, she pushes me away, all the while claiming that this is for my own good. In reality, the one she's trying to protect is herself. Why not directly admit it instead of hiding what you feel? I am more than capable of taking a no. Just give me the real reason. Medea twisted her mouth out of frustration. She was slowly losing her temper. Her protege's insolent attitude was especially aggravating.
I hardly approve of those manners, young maiden. Who are you to pretend to know what is in my heart? I have my own reasons, and nothing requires me to share them.
You finally acknowledge that you have been avoiding the issue. That is progress.
The expression became intense, oppressive. Kiona showed no fear.
Shall we proceed to the next step? I would very much like to know what scares you so much in a possible relationship with me. Is it something I can fix or something out of my control? Is it specific to me as a person or applicable to all human beings?
I will not address any of those questions.
Why? Are you afraid of what you could discover if you were to give an honest answer? Medea slowly walked closer to the princess, with an aura of quiet rage, pushing her closer and closer to the hut's wall. Her whole body language betrayed how increasingly difficult it was for her to try to control herself. With clenched fists and a dirty look, she intensely stared at her and spoke with the deepest voice.
Do not play with fire, insolent maiden. You will get burned.
But I love playing with fire. What are you going to do if I do not behave as you want? Somewhere inside Medea, a switch was activated.
Whoa! She abruptly pressed her hand against the wall, trapping the young woman against her body in a domineering position. They were so close that their breaths were intertwined in a captivating dance. Indeed, their respirations were getting hoarse, panting, betraying desire. Fiona's eyes were fixed on hers, and she would not give in. What a coincidence. I love to punish cheeky girls like you. What could I do with you? Let me see. What do you think of starting with a good old spanking, then tying you down for a little while to see if you'll start playing smug without the use of your arms and legs? Whoa, what? With a lopsided grin, the princess replied in a sarcastic tone. Tying me down? How scary. Will it only be enough to overpower me? Oh, but I know plenty of techniques to silence you or make you lose your mind. Fiona gulped, restless and impressed. Make me lose my mind? How would you do that? Medea licked her lips with a predatory look and ran a finger over her face before descending on her chest, then her navel. I would only use truly effective ways. There is to make a naughty girl obedient. The fairy was grabbing her chin and dangerously moving her mouth closer to hers for a kiss. Fiona had a completely unexpected reaction. Not this. Bright red, she suddenly became extremely excited and starry-eyed. She had reverted back to her usual self. Does this mean you are taking an interest in me after all? And here I was thinking I was not to your liking. Oh my god, Kiona! Medea immediately stopped her sensual attack and stepped back, frowning. Well done, we were this close to succeed. Circe, get out of this body at once. I bet you possessed her. Shucks, I've been found out. Apologies, young maiden. You will have to handle the rest on your own. Good luck. What? Moments after, the sorceress' consciousness was dissipating to return to its owner. As a result, she abandoned poor Kiona, now in full control to her fate. Meanwhile, the fairy wasn't so she was helping her, pit her on without, worry of danger, I guess. I believe, my dear, you owe me an explanation. The princess shyly lowered her eyes. I'm very sorry for staging all of this.
You had been avoiding me for days, and I was starting to lose hope of ever being able to calmly approach the subject with you. I sought the advice of your friend Circe, who seemed to know you far better than I do.
I should have felt the difference far sooner. Possession is her specialty, after all. Let me guess. She's the one who suggested you use provocation to get a reaction.
Yes. Medea heaved a heavy sigh.
To tell the truth, I'm not even that angry with you. You did not know what to do, so you took the logical option of trusting her. Circe is going to hear from me. Once you've taken to the test, I will come to her myself to tell her what I think of her methods. I do not like to be manipulated like that. I believe there are actually 2 traps. Circe told me she was hoping you would be annoyed enough to come to her. That does sound just like her. Damn.
The fairy sat on the edge of the bed, her face in her hands, pensive.
The situation annoys me to no end. Fiona twitched.
I'm sorry if I hurt you. That was not my intent. From now on, I will no longer listen to Circe.
Your words did hurt me at the beginning, but what truly made my blood boil is Circe is entirely right. It is precisely because she is touching the truth with her fingertips that I cannot tolerate it. I did flee without giving you an answer. For that I apologize. You deserve better from me.
Really?
I believe so. I've been stupid. I lied to myself when I claimed I was saving you from myself.
Medea sighed again.
I must admit it. I am also interested in the possibility of a romantic relationship. Are you still certain that I am the right person for you?
Fiona sat next to her godmother, her eyes blazing with passion. Of course! You are not giving yourself enough credit. The way I see it, you are full of qualities. As a fairy, you are always honest, unyielding. You explain things as they are, patiently, plainly, without hiding the consequence, no matter how grave they are. Ever since we made a pact, you've always been very clear with me, giving me the necessary time to think everything through, always respecting my choices, never taking advantage of my naivety, even though you could have disposed of me at any point, or used your magic against me.
Now that is my job, if I may say so. Nothing that could help you accurately assess whether I am a good partner or not.
That is true, but that same desire of doing the right thing secretly betrays your true nature. You would not put in as much effort to help me if you were not fair and considerate to begin with. You did comfort me during my stays at Claremont and Genoa, did you not? Yet nothing obliged you to do so. Even if you are hiding it pretty well, behind a detached facade, an observant mind can see your sensibility.
I never said I hated humans.
Besides, you have a facetious side. I clearly noticed that with your knack for theatricality, and your penchant for appearing as unexpectedly as possible, so you could surprise me. Do not tell me it was not intentional. I saw through your little game.
Medea looked away. It is merely my way of entertaining myself. I find it amusing to take my protégés by surprise.
I like every side of you, whether it is your seriousness, your empathy, or your humor. Nor will I deny your appearance is quite impressive, in a good way. Even if it took me a bit of time to get used to it, I find you sophisticated and beautiful. I cannot think of anyone else but you. I'm well aware that there is a gap between us, but I hope that by becoming a fairy, I have ample opportunity to learn more of you and your world.
You are not afraid of me?
I cannot pretend I am not fearing your ire by following Circe's advice. That is the very reason she offered me to possess me, since I was unsure how you would perceive me. I thought you were going to tear me apart for being disrespectful. She was supposed to protect me with her magic in the event we were going to utterly lose control.
Did I seem that violent?
Ever since we met, you've been continually implying you would do terrible things to me at the slightest impertinence. I now understand. This bravado was aiming to dissuade me from doing anything stupid. You are far less bloodthirsty than you pretend to be. If nothing else, this experience allowed me to discover the side of you I was unaware of, and also realize that no, I am not afraid of you. Quite the contrary. I only want to learn more. Medea wrung her hands. You won. My threats are indeed empty, although I sometimes have to follow through. There is one important thing you should know if you truly want to get closer to me. I am listening. I am not exactly a traditional partner, even as a fairy. I rarely feel any attraction at all, sexual or romantic. You should not expect me to hold your hand every single day while whispering sweet nothings, or expect me to pounce on you every week. I am willing to give it a try, do coupley things with you, but you will have to respect my boundaries and be patient. I may eventually come to like certain activities, but I also may never be able to get accustomed to it. I cannot in good conscience assure you that I will become the partner you are hoping me to be. Fiona tenderly took her hand and looked her in the eye, a serene smile glued to her lips. You are already the one I was hoping for. In response, the fairy masterfully blushed from head to toe. I do not fully understand what you are experiencing just yet, so you will surely have to explain it to me several times, but be sure I will do my best.
Fairy fucker boy.
I accept you as you are because I love you that way. There are undeniably thousands of other people who do not have the same needs. I am not interested in them. I am interested in what is in front of me and the time we could spend together, if you are okay with that.
Where did you learn to be such a charmer? And what did you do to the princess?
The young Moor started to laugh. I believe I have simply become more mature over time. When it comes to seduction, I got that from Georges. He is also the one who taught me the basics of sex. Blessed be his soul. Blessed be Georges.
I have clearly underestimated you. You did not even bat an eyelid earlier, unless that is due to Circe's influence.
If this is about your dominant streak, I simply enjoyed it. Is that so weird?
If nothing else, we are compatible in that regard. I confess, I have a marked taste for persons who have certain character. Inevitably spills over into my sexuality one way or another. Medea put her hair back in place, still very much embarrassed. Speaking of which, since you will be a fairy, would it be possible to break our pact? Fiona appeared quite surprised. It is true that if I obtain magical powers, I will not need it anymore. What does that have to do with sexuality? The fairy realized her mistake. How do I explain these kinds of things?
Tell me everything. What are you trying to say that is so awkward?
You see, there is one element I have refrained from mentioning. A pact between a human and a fairy always involves a telepathic connection.
A telepathic connection?
A fairy must know her protege's condition to intervene at the right time. Despite potential communication issues, immobilization or something, we deliberately maintain the telepathic connection which allows us to feel what our proteges are feeling. I was tuned to your mind at all times in our timelines. I could not directly read it as it was. It is a case during possession, but I could still guess what you were going through based on your sensations alone.
I'm not sure I understand.
This includes intimate moments as well.
Pardon?
I was not spying on you on purpose, thus I did not see or hear anything, but I still felt your arousal.
Oh my god, that is extremely embarrassing. Does that include solitary moments?
Medea nodded.
Oh.
I am bringing the subject up because it is exactly what happened earlier. When I pinned you against the wall, I sensed you were liking the domination. Let us just say, it partly contributed to galvanize my own excitement. I think if we were to start a trusting relationship as equals, it would be dishonest for me to be able to access your emotions whenever I want. It would unavoidably create an injustice. Fiona looked like she was reflecting on her words with a serious face.
Thank you for telling me. It would indeed allow us to pursue a relationship on a sounder basis. I cannot help regret the power it would have granted me.
The power?
You're explaining you rarely experience sexual attraction. If we had been linked by our minds, you would have automatically been aroused every time I am aroused, and it would have been quite practical to synchronize our respective desires. The fairy's expression immediately turned sardonic as she gently hit her protege's head to make her understand she was somewhat pushing her luck.
She was there at all the times that Kiona was not pleased by any of the princes. What a funny human I have found.
Admit that my argument is perfectly valid.
It seems I urgently need to teach you good manners.
That is all I'm asking for. The two women regained their composure. It seemed obvious that their new relationship could only be based on a solid foundation. The pact was accordingly broken.
Oh!
That night, they stayed against the railing of the arboreal walkway for a long while, taking in the surreal scenery of the world tree and its fruits of light. A slight cool breeze would blow her hair from time to time.
The moment is approaching. Are you ready?
Not at all, but I hardly have a choice.
Promise me that you will pass the test. We can only stay together on this condition, after all.
I will, Medea. I promise.
You know, I may not show it, but I believe in you.
Thank you.
I sense potential in you, so prove me right. Let us make Circe see her mistake.
Then came the eagerly awaiting day of the trial.
Oh boy. After a few hours of rest in the hut, Kiona went to pray for her success next to the world tree. She who believed in God struggled to conceive that she was about to serve another divine power. Therefore, she chose to view the world tree as an alternative manifestation of that God she knew so well. She was in deep meditation when a familiar voice brought her back to the magical realm. Oh boy.
So the trial is looming, is it not? Good day to you, Circe. Indeed, it is taking place today. You must be pretty nervous.
Of course. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, after all.
Well said. In any case, I wish you good luck for the trial and for your romantic endeavors.
As the sorceress was about to disappear, she held her back. Thank you for your advice and your help, Circe. I was completely mistaken about you. You are a good person. She winced, a veil of melancholy over her eyes.
I am flattered, but do not say such Manichean things. I remain a fairy, come what may. I can be as good as I can be evil, depending on the circumstances. You simply had luck on your side this time.
That is difficult to imagine.
Do you want me to reveal a secret? Medea may have already told you, but do you know the difference between a fairy and a witch?
I do not recall hearing that, so I don't know.
They are two sides of the same coin. In reality, witches and fairies are one and the same, only the way you perceive them changes. There is even a kind of tragic irony. Most of the time, witches are fairies who definitively return to the human world with weakening powers. Is that not cruel to see the ones who devoted their existence to serve their former fellow humans and live peacefully, away from the tumult, perish at the stake?
I'd never thought about it that way.
If you become one of us, you will have to learn to protect yourself to avoid a similar fate. I expect Medea to teach you. She is a good tutor. With this, I hope you join us.
The wait seemed unbearable to Kiona. Hours in the magical realm flew by, phantoms slowly, mercilessly. Restlessness was taking hold of her body. Endless questions that she had until then kept at a distance were coming back in force. She was doubting everything. While Medea was accompanying her protege to the temple, that protege was trying to find in her the slightest spark of comfort. Everything is going to be all right, love. You have to believe it. It is too late to turn back. At the very last second, as it often is the case in moments of intense stress, the young woman realized she had been neglecting a crucial element. Medea, am I going to forget you too? All of my mortal memories are going to be wiped, are they not?
Yet you are one of them.
Easy now, easy.
Be reassured, I will be an exception. You will forget all those you have known, but because I am a fairy, you will remember me. Naturally, you will no longer recall how exactly we met or we could have experienced together. The feeling will remain. You will know who I am. What a relief. Medea stopped in front of the entrance. Here we are. The full moon festival will take place in a few minutes. During your trial, so you'll unfortunately not be able to take part in it. Know that I will pray for you. What am I supposed to do? You only have to walk towards the World Tree. The outcome of your meeting will depend on your compatibility with the life of a fairy. Considering the conduct you have displayed since you summoned me for the first time, I have high hopes of seeing you join us. Before walking away, the fairy spoke one last time. Good luck, Kiona. Come back to me. Then she went to meet her colleagues, leaving the princess to her fate. And she had been prescribed to, she walked towards the trunk of the 1,000-year-old tree. Oh! She did not have the time to ask questions anymore. In merely tenths of a second, it had already swallowed her whole. As darkness was expanding around her, she heard a powerful ancient voice. Now this looks like where we would get a fragment, but I don't think we will. Welcome to the world of dreams, young mortal. I am the World Tree, the one on which depends the balance of the entire cosmos. You who wish to serve me, you will have to successfully pass my test, as I only keep with me those who are capable of becoming fairies. I will probe your mind in order to ascertain whether you have the capacity to carry such a heavy duty or not. Thus, do not hope to hide anything from me. I intend to search every corner of it. Petrified, Kiona was unable to reply, blocked by an invisible force. The voice continued. Let us go through different periods of your life together. For simplicity, I will borrow the features of the ones you once knew. The time of judgment has come. Prepare yourself. Darkness vanished, revealing the castle of her childhood, little by little. She was now in the throne room, which looked exactly the same as in her memories. Bleh. As she was examining her surroundings, astonished by the illusion, she sensed a shadow in her back. This is your father, King Thebord, a man who was good and carefree for a short period of time, before revealing to the world his dark side. You were the first to bear the cost of that, because he threatened to kill you if you would not marry him. Yet you hated him long before that incident, did you not? You were fiercely resentful of the fact that he had abandoned you after the death of your mother, at a time when you needed him the most. Your father is your original demon. The silhouette fell down heavily, as if taken by convulsions. No sooner had the man touched the ground, the landscape changed. Kiona was now finding herself in the middle of a green valley. The bleating of a sheep drew her attention. This young girl is Fleur, your first true friend, a farmer with a peaceful routine until you swept into her life. It took months for her to accept you, grow attached to you, and yet, although she was opening her heart, your friendship changed completely. I can hear the echoes of your heart. You are convincing yourself that she is the one who ruined everything by murdering you in the hope of ensuring her survival. Yet deep down, you know the truth. You are the one who betrayed her. She believed in you, and your lie, your disdain, was the trigger of this deadly chain of consequences. You have yet to forgive yourself. Fleur abruptly started suffocating and fell to her knees, hands on her throat, calling for help before disappearing before Kiona could even take a step in her direction. The countryside turned into a medieval street, one from a city she had once visited. The World Tree was waiting for her in front of a shop with the appearance of a grizzled chef. This is where you met
A benevolent figure, she took you under her wing, even though you had nothing and your future looked uncertain. Despite the trust she had in you, you never confessed your royal status to her either. Which means you died right in front of her, and she never understood why. A hand on her heart, as if she was feeling faint, Birth staggered before vanishing, like all the previous mirages did. Why do you have to kill Birth? The young woman was now in the great hall of the castle, in front of her worst enemy. Here is a somewhat special case. Seraphine, the rightful spouse of the one who once became your lover. Even though her influence had been major during your stay, in reality, you barely spoke to her. It was nonetheless enough to awaken an uncontrollable hatred in you. Why is that? Is it because she briefly was your killer? Fleur and Griselda have both contributed to your death, yet they have raised far less intense emotions. Is it because your death had been especially violent? Your crucifixion had been too. No. In fact, what you hated most was what she embodied. The irony is that at heart, you were both victims, and you could have allied to confront the one who was truly responsible, but you were both too envious, too preoccupied with what the other owned. A sad obsession that turned against you. Perhaps it was impossible for you two to be happy at the same time. With these words, Seraphine unsheathed her blade and stabbed her own abdomen without any hesitation. Blood was leaking, a reflection of the autumn leaves. The wind was blowing as Claremont's trees were emerging from the ground to cover the castle. A massive gate, "Don't put Georges here," was proudly taking center stage amid the colors, a silhouette nearby. Here is another lost friend, Georges the peddler. He was your only source of comfort during several of the most trying times of your life. He was a sole mortal who could bring a bit of light to your first stay here, your unwavering support. He was again the one who helped you in the course of your failed marriage with Genèse. You feel you are in debt to him, especially because of the unacceptable behavior you displayed during the second timeline spent at Claremont. If Fleur was a betrayed friend, Georges is simply a disappointed one, and it weighs on you just as much. Georges melt into the penumbra as the garden was becoming verdant, dazzling. Oh, not these assholes. Fiona recognized Genoa, where she had resided for many months. Near the fountain, the three princes were proudly standing. All these distant memories are behind you. They may seem increasingly blurred, increasingly different, or distinct, but you still have to confront those who are the banes of your pilgrimage. Yes, you thought you loved those three young men. You thought you were devoting your life to them. In reality, just as with Seraphine, what they embodied is what truly attracted you again. Had you been perfectly honest with yourself, you would have acknowledged that they were nothing more than a passing fancy. An illusion. Deep down, you have never been in love with them. You only saw yourself as an accessory whose worth depended on your owner. Thus, you wanted a young, ambitious prince, a prince who would cover himself with glory. Griselda was the perfect match. As you've learned the hard way, he would have treated you exactly in that manner. No better, no worse. Why should it have been different? In a society which gives full power to him, he feels well within his rights. The world belongs to him, and he acts as he pleases. You only saw yourself as the heiress of traditions that had to be maintained at all costs. Thus, you wanted to marry, bear children, and perpetuate your royal lineage. You only need a prince that would be to your liking. That is exactly what made you obtained with Thali. He had the same obsession of giving an heir, a male one in particular, to his kingdom. Unfortunately, he utterly lacked empathy and faithfulness for that very same reason. He treated you as a courtesan, a breeding machine. Why should it have been different? You were only the latest in a long line of unfortunate women. It could have been different with the next one.
because you had already begun a deep reflection. You'd accepted your worth, yet only understood it under the prism of nobility. It had repercussions on your criteria. You only had a single one, a ridiculously high and ridiculously low criteria at the same time. You wanted a prince, no matter what. It was not difficult to convince yourself that Genez was a good candidate, even though he met none of your previous expectations. You were severely punished for that. He stole what little lust for life you had left. Why should it have been different? In his eyes, you were merely an outlet, an excuse that allowed him to keep hiding his true essence. All it took was a spark to make it rise to the surface again. You believed you loved those three men. You thought you were devoting your life. They destroyed you precisely because you gave them everything. With each abusive relationship, a part of your soul, of your innocence, flied away. The three princes simultaneously started to convulse as her skin was disintegrating, like snow in summer. In no time, they looked like puppets, like they had been skinned alive, and their primal screams broke the silence of the dreamlike world. And good riddance, I say. Dripping with flesh, they fell to the ground. The light went out again. The voice of the World Tree echoed in Kiona's head. Clear, limpid. I have now read your memories. I understand your motivations. You are scarred and weary. You wish to detach yourself from the human world. This I can give you. If you prove to me you are ready to definitively draw a line under your past, abandon all hope of a normal life. The landscape changed one last time. The young Moor was back in the temple of the magical realm. Her journey was not complete yet. She still had one thing to do, the most difficult of all. The memories whose bodies I borrowed have all collapsed in front of you. That is symbolic. By killing their manifestation, I precipitate them into oblivion. You are now struggling to remember their features. They are already blurry, distant. However, there are still more faces to confront. A dagger materialized in Kiona's hand as the ethereal voice was becoming darker, almost threatening. I am going to ask you to kill with your own hands the last obstacle that is separating you from the transformation into a servant of the cosmos. It will be the most important person of your previous life. Kill that person with the magic dagger. Prove to me you are not afraid of forsaking your humanity. That is a true trial. Moments after, three mirrors descended from the sky and began floating around the World Tree's trunk. Terrified, the princess nevertheless took a few steps forward. She discovered fairly quickly those were no ordinary mirrors. They were not empty. Her weapon nearly fell from her hand when she dared to come closer. Close enough to understand what was asked of her. Each plane contained a human being, or was it nothing more than an illusion? Uh-oh. Nahima was standing in the first one, Medea in the second, and her own reflection in the third. Tell me, princess, I'm nothing more than a liability. I'm the one who's preventing you from making a fresh start. It's obviously me you should kill. I'm the most important person in your eyes. Kiona? Nothing. Her reflections looked so real, Kiona hesitated. Nahima's pleas were hurting her ears. She found it hard to focus. The fairy's admonitions were coming on top of the cries and the insufferable cacophony. She had to keep a cool head. Okay. The most important person in life? I would have thought Nahima, but I think the fact that they put Nahima and the fairy here make me think there's no way we can go and become a fairy who is like there to save the world and whatever. If we start off by killing someone, even if it's fake, I feel like we need to kill ourselves and our memories, and that's what they want for a fresh start. So I'm gonna go with us.
Unsure of herself, the young Moor raised her dagger and stabbed her own reflection with all her strength. And it's bloody! Her face became emotionless, ominous like a mask. The fake princess began to bleed profusely, then spoke. Congratulations. That is the correct answer. This test is a symbolic death, the end of who Kiona used to be, and the start of another life. You were the final obstacle all along. And then, very slowly, the reflection started to disappear. The tree's voice arose, visibly delighted. Starting from today, you will be my vessel. You will receive a new name worthy of you. Oyanka. Aniok. I'm trying to do Kiona backwards. Or maybe Kiona with an X. Make it like a nobody name. Stunned, the young woman blinked and instantly exited the dreamlike world. Within a second, her surroundings revealed her true colors. She was not in a temple, but inside the tree itself. Surrounded by dark roots that were crawling everywhere, with a nerve-wracking appearance. I didn't go the Kingdom Hearts way. During this never-ending second, she could only muster a terrified look as the roots were snaking in her direction. Not this again! The world tree was consuming her mortal body. She let out a dreadful scream. Thus, Kiona was eaten alive by a 1,000-year-old entity. Welp. A few hours later, as the full moon festival had come to an end, Medea was patrolling around the world tree. She was naturally worried about her protege and was praying with all her might that she would come back to her, one way or the other. That should not take much longer. Ah! No sooner had she said those words. Right behind her, the trunk expelled a moss with a roar. The fairy rushed to it, her heart pounding. Give her her fairy robes. It was a modified body of the semi-conscious young Moor. Thank heavens. The metamorphosis worked. Medea retrieved her in her arms and moved her hair aside. The newborn was gradually arising with a hoarse breathing. Where am I? Shh. Everything is fine now. You passed the test. Oh yes, the test. You could have told me it was horrendously painful. A relieved smile lit up Medea's face in a way it never had before. She chuckled, embarrassed. You could have told me my limbs would be eaten one by one, and then I would be forced to eat my eyeballs, and then my guts and everything. You could have maybe mentioned that bit. I was turned into a fairy as I was dying. I hardly saw a difference. Sorry. Is it okay? The young Moor carefully opened her eyes as she was coming to her senses, clearly exhausted. Then she stared at her godmother, concerned. You were waiting for me? Did I not promise? Besides, I want to be the first to hear your new name. What are you called? Vasilissa. Vasilissa. Welcome home, Vasilissa. Hey, we did it! Where's her fit? I need to see her fairy fit. Give me what I desire. It was a bright day, as is every day in the magical realm. The surreal bouquets of colors were still intriguing for the former princess, although she had now grown markedly accustomed to it. Hey, there we go! We got roots, we got roses, we even have a skull hand on our head. What the fuck? Remember now I don't come by on sad Saturdays? What are you talking about? You don't come by on Feel Good Fridays. Or, I don't know, what is Mondays? I don't have a name for Mondays. Boring Mondays. An ideal day to hone her mastery of magic in the company of a playful tutor, to say the least. Are you still keen on acting as a mother figure? Fool, can you not see I am doing you a favor?
Since you are now so close to Medea, the fact she is your godmother makes your relationship a bit awkward. It is as if you are dating your spiritual mother. I had not thought about it from that perspective. I am taking on myself to become your new godmother, out of the goodness of my heart, so that the coast would be clear, and this is how you thank me? Love makes lovers unappreciative. Not at all, not at all. You know how incredibly grateful I am for your immensely instructive lessons, and your legendary patience. Flattery. You learn even faster than I thought you would. I have been in good hands. There is still much for you to learn before you become an accomplished fairy. Believe me. I have no doubt about that. Even if I feel at ease with a new life, some things will never fail to surprise me. Oh, which things, for instance? Ever since I have become a vessel of the World Tree, I do not perceive my body the same way I did before. It is hard to explain. Let us just say, my human body had a certain heaviness that completely vanished after my transformation. That's how they mention it in the Cruel Prince. That fairies have like a weightlessness to them that humans don't. I do not know if it is due to me disposing of my flesh or disposing of the majority of my memories, but I feel infinitely lighter. Drawing a permanent line under the past means merely clears your conscience, nothing more. I would lean towards the first option. You are now entirely composed of magic, after all. Another one of those things that will always surprise me. Even after experiencing it myself, I still do not understand the difference between a fairy and a human. That is most probably because your appearance has hardly changed. Your transition was more of a spiritual one than a physical one. Physical? Well, yes. Few fairies notice this, but in reality, the World Tree recreates your body on the basis of what makes you most comfortable, not strictly what you look like when you were still alive, which means that if you felt good about the way you looked, it did not change anything. Oh! You always know so much! You are giving me too much credit. The story is simply drawn from my personal experience. But you should not remember your past life. How did you know you do not have the same body? It is quite simple. The last thing I remember is my own trial. More precisely, the moment I had to kill who I was, and the former me looks nothing like the person I have become. By communicating with the World Tree, it told me it had read my heart and given me the appearance I'd always dreamed of having. You did not love yourself very much? I cannot answer, as it is the only memory I have left, but one thing is certain, it is more than enough. I do not need anything else now to instinctively understand why I decided to become a fairy and why I am so much happier now. Were you disabled or sick, perhaps? I don't think... She just said she didn't know. Nothing of the sort. I was simply not myself. The reflection I saw in the mirror is one of a stranger, and I am satisfied with leaving him there. The man I once was is dead. Circe the sorceress is alive. Well, alive. Undead, rather. You get what I mean. The fairy clapped her hands and regained her bright smile. Now, I have talked more than enough for one day. I let you go. You can attend your usual business. That being said, do not forget my practical studies. If you wish to flawlessly harness the power of possession, you will have to keep practicing for some time. I will certainly practice. Circe teleported with a wink, leaving Vasilissa alone in the clearing. The transformation had been in progress for some time, and it was quite visible. Her appearance was evolving to look less and less human over time, yet her personality had not changed much, even if she had become more mischievous than before. What do? I have nothing else planned for the day, and I am getting bored. I believe the opportunity is too good. I will practice Circe's principles. A few meters away, Medea had returned from a minor Fae ritual. she had joined in. Seeing that she had stopped in the middle of the forest to ponder, Vasilisa took advantage of her inattention to play a trick on her. She projected her consciousness in order to briefly possess her body. Under her influence, the taciturn fairy began to fondle her own cheeks, as a little voice was infiltrating her mind to state in a falsely flirtatious way, "You look very beautiful today, miss." Medea flinched, startled, before frowning, half annoyed, half entertained. "You are incorrigible, Vas. Get out, so that I can make eye contact. I do not answer to voices in my head." The young Moor found her way back to her body and laughingly joined her mentor. "At least acknowledge that I have greatly improved since last time." "I would love to rejoice, but I am too busy mentally cursing Circe for teaching you that kind of thing. You know, I would never do anything serious without your permission." "I hope so. Now let us move on. I have an important question I need to ask you." "I am listening." "You see, it is customary for new fairies to go on a spiritual pilgrimage around the world under the supervision of an elder. The goal is for you to immerse yourself in the world's essence and look at the bigger picture compared to a human's perspective. Obviously, it is merely a supplement meant to help you progress as a fairy. No journey can replace a regular connection to the tree itself. In short, I would simply like to know when you will feel ready to do yours." There is something they need to do first. I'm gonna hold off on the... I'm gonna hold off on the schmexual side of this and do this bit. We can get a cute ending. "I am absolutely motivated. The sooner the better." "Perfect. I will refer the matter to the World Tree. We will leave tomorrow at dawn." "Do not forget to let Circe know we are leaving, or she's going to be bitterly angry with you again." "Why would it be me? You could deal with her instead." "Because you know full well she wants to hear it from you. Sometimes I have the impression that you only act distant and haughty towards her." Medea pouted. "It is not my fault I cannot handle that type of person." Vasila was so excited that she could not sit down. She would finally be able to see so many things, feel so many things. The idea of undertaking the journey as a couple was all the more appealing to her because they were bound to share some degree of privacy. It was akin to stepping into the unknown. Perhaps was she about to go through chaos and doubt, or perhaps was she about to go find peace and conviction. In any case, she was sure of it. By setting off, it was both life itself and herself that she had to discover. She was truly fulfilled. That fateful day, a few kilometers away from the magical realm, a familiar face was bustling about in the courtyard of a castle. Ever since King Thebor's domain had fallen into ruin, the sovereign himself had been reported missing. Many of the former retainers had migrated to other fiefdoms in the hope of finding work. Nahima herself had eventually left the castle of her childhood and moved into a neighboring country as a multi-purpose servant. It was quite a significant downgrade compared to her lady-in-waiting title, but since she had no one to serve anymore, she was satisfied with her lot. "Nahima! Leo! Leo, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in forever." "I hope you're doing well, and I hope Caesar's doing well." That day, Nahima was happily humming when the trade wind coming from the east tickled her nostrils. Intrigued, she looked up at the sky. "That's quite odd. I have the sensation I forgot someone who was very dear to me, and they're still watching me and protecting me from above. How strange." She grabbed the pendant she was wearing around her neck and examined it, as if expecting answers. Then, she looked up at the firmament again. "Whoever you are, thank you." Oh! Then she returned to her daily business, failing to notice the two silhouettes who were observing her from the top of a tower. One of them teleported quickly followed by the other. They reappeared in the midst of the forest. Medea did not miss a chance to tease her partner. How sentimental of you, Vasilisa. I simply wanted to see her one last time before she is completely erased from my memory. Nothing more. I'm ready now. Let us go. I'm tired. He's good despite being guilty. What did he do? I do not regret my choice. The existence of a fairy is admittedly quite peculiar, but it suits me perfectly. I am not alone. Medea is with me, and so is the stubborn Circe. I will never be able to live as a human and enjoy the simple gifts life has to offer again. But what is this negligible loss compared to the enormous amount of knowledge I absorb each time I merge with the world tree? I am always learning more. I unveil the universe's mysteries little by little. Nature itself is sometimes bending to my will and my magic. My existence is different, but just as rewarding, and this is all that matters. A happy fairy is much preferable to an unhappy mortal. We did it! Vasilisa the Beautiful. Hello, Alti! We just finished this game. Or are finishing. We've got one more section, and that's the person that's reading the story and their whole thing. However, we're about to get hit with the ad. And I've run out of snoozes. So you've come at the perfect time. BRB, I guess. My throat needed a break, to be honest. All this reading does such a number on me. I'm absolutely exhausted, so I'm gonna go to bed. Is it supposed to be the last stream? Yes, this is the last stream. But it was amazing to have you here and talk us through the journey. You got the ad on your way in. Oh no. But thank you for hanging out and giving us all that knowledge about the game. And oh god, the ad's hit. Welp, never mind. Oh boy. I'm sorry. What? We fall in love with a regular dude as a bear? I have to know. Wait, what? What does this even look like? Wait, is it this? Hold up, I just found a CG. No family expectations when you're a bear. Not the bear bestiality. Is it this? And then we fall in love with Mel. As a bear. That's crazy. Change shape is our third option. What the fuck? That's crazy. And then the options are you can either remain his pet for a bad ending or become his spouse. Or postpone it and we have a platonic ending. That's crazy. Did we ever end up like changing back or were we just a bear forever? Being friends with a bear sounds sick. I guess so, but we are the bear. We are the bear. Incredible. All right, well, thank you for hanging out, Helia, and giving us the, not forever, that'd be weird. Oh, thank goodness. All right. I'm assuming it's part of it. What fairy tale is that from? Farewell to the past I already struggle to remember. A new dawn is rising, brighter than ever. Yay! As I wholly focus on the outcome, then, okay, we're back here. And now we can find out what happened to this guy. Good night. Have an amazing time, Helia, in the future. And I hope you make amazing games. And we are going to find out what our reading character has actually been going through. So, Alti, what you missed about this guy is that we start the game with him being dead. And the reason we go through the entire, like, donkey skin story is because Liz, the lady over here that kind of runs the place, is like, hey, I need to help you remember your shit so that we can get you out of here and reincarnate and whatever. But if you don't, then you'll be a wandering soul forever. So you really have to pull your shit together and remember. And this is us remembering.
And we found out that we are a starving artist who lost all of our money and became like a poor drunk. And then this guy was like, hey, I can give you a pouch of unlimited wealth and also a ring that makes you confident. And all I ask in return is your shadow. And he's like, cool, okay. And then we give him our shadow. And that's kind of how that ends. And now we're going to find out what happened after that.
Months have passed, and my life has radically changed since the fateful night. I was rich, fabulously rich, no pleasure too sophisticated for me. I could allow myself anything. Anything? If truth be told, my wealth had far-reaching implications. Even if I had the means to become the happiest man in the world, I was lying low day and night in my luxurious mansion, with a loyal servant named Peter, the only one to know my secret. I could only go out at night and on rainy days for fear of someone noticing the unavoidable. The man dressed in grey had described our deal as a triviality. Because I was not in full possession of my faculties, I had no trouble believing him. In reality, a man without a shadow belongs to the dead more than he belongs to the living. As soon as people notice its absence, terror spreads in the room. For the rest of society, I am a monster, an aberration, no matter how rich I become. I had entertained the hope of meeting the stranger again and buying back the part of me I once thought was useless. In vain, he had vanished from the earth, 'cause he was never part of it. Months had passed, and I am now filling the vast majority of my time writing at my desk. Handwritten pages pile at lightning speed. Every time Peter comes in to offer me some tea, another tower made of paper emerges from the ground. I know he admires my efficiency. I wish I could tell him this is all due to the muse's ring, but I do not have that courage. Just as I did not venture to tell him who was the stranger behind my condition. I do not want to lose the respect he still has for me. Today promises to be another productive day, sir. Indeed, Peter. I feel I am almost done with this new novel. After some finishing touches, you'll be able to bring it to my publisher. I hope he will find it to his liking. Me too, Peter. Me too. What is our hair? In truth, I knew it hardly mattered. He would profess to like my novel, be it good or bad. I thought I was being astute by paying him handsomely to see my writing finally being published. But all the riches and magic in the world are not always enough. We look like shit, we really do. I guess this is what happens when you don't leave the house during the day. Like, you never really see what you look like. My books were selling poorly, struggling to find an audience, and here I'd been hopping up and down at the idea of receiving feedback from my readers. My excitement had quickly turned into disappointment. And we're a shit writer. I did not lose heart and kept trying, even if the overall indifference was weighing on me at all times. Luckily, I was not entirely alone. There was someone who was counting on me. As luck would have it, Marguerite, the one I was yearning from afar, had become my most assiduous and zealous reader. What? Oh, the letters! We were exchanging letters, and she would confide in me her latest impressions of my novels, her questions, her expectations, but also reveal a bit of her own life. The mere fact she was supporting me, and genuinely eager to discover my next book, was far more valuable to me than Fortunatus's purse would ever be. I felt as though we had known each other for years. My crush for her had only grown. Her words could get so sweet sometimes that I would catch myself dreaming about my love being mutual. Every so often, when melancholy would take hold of me again, and doubts would creep in, I would open my desk drawer to read some of her letters again. It was all I ever needed to regain hope. We all need a patron, it's true. We need someone on our side. I have reckless thoughts, dear friend. I know you hardly stand the crowd, and you are said to be quite reserved, but I am longing to finally meet you in the flesh. What would you say of accompanying me for a simple walk? I will make sure nothing can disturb us. You will be able to enjoy the sunny weather in my company. Please say yes, just this once. Many times I'd resisted, found an excuse, fearing Marguerite would realize the fraud. But I so badly wanted to see her that I soon gave in to her enthusiastic request.
Sus. Marguerite the devil?
One fine spring afternoon, I left my house alone, in full. Imagine if the devil.
So the devil is what helped us, by the way, is what we figured. Imagine if he's the one that's been writing us all these messages and like letters, and he was like our greatest supporter. Don't worry about her seeing you, worry about her eating you. What a turn.
I left my house alone, in full sunlight.
Ruh-roh. And then the last fragment. The poison?
The man dressed in grey had stolen more than a shadow. He had seized my whole existence. Ever since that day, the cursed day my secret was discovered, the supposedly happy day I was meant to meet Marguerite, everything had changed. I had become an outcast and was forced to flee the city by rocks and booze, leaving the honest Peter with enough gold to ensure he would have a better life than mine. Peter! Leaving the woman I was in love with. Now alone, I settled on a tiny island in Brittany. At world's end, surely I would be left in peace. Secluded like a hermit, I nonetheless learned that Marguerite had married someone else in my absence. How could it have been otherwise?
She saw that hair and she was like, no thank you.
I have never given her a chance to approach me. Even if I did not bear a grudge against her, the news made me plummet into despair. That is when the man dressed in grey appeared in front of me again to offer a remedy.
Bro,
I see that you are suffering tremendously since our last meeting. What about one last favor? I can give you the power to convert pain into masterpieces. As soon as you will be writing, crowds will rush to read you. You will finally obtain the recognition you are aching for, at least as long as you feed into your negative emotions. Deceiver, I know of your greed. Have you not had enough? My entire life is ruined because of you. I will not deny my misdeed. After all, my purpose is to hurt men.
Still, think about it. If you accept this new deal, your pain will finally have a meaning, or have meaning.
And what price do I need to pay this time?
Is it not obvious? Now that I obtained your shadow, your time is what I desire.
Let us say 30 little years. You'll die young, but famous.
Your lifespan in exchange for a chance to give your life meaning, to leave a mark and be remembered for posterity.
Is that not what you want, with all your heart? Bastard knew everything there was to know about me. How can one fight against the devil himself?
Famous for what reasons? Like, he actually gets famous for even worse stuff. His books suck even more.
Very well, you will have them if it means the end of my torments. Revel in my misfortune, miscreant. Broken and miserable, I sold 30 years of my life. For a time, it seemed that my life was regaining a semblance of color. I was still writing at a relentless pace. My harrowing books quickly gained some popularity. It seemed that the power I had just obtained was allowing me to move readers through the paper. Through words, so much so they would sometimes uncontrollably burst into tears. My books became known for arousing emotions, and I managed to gain an army of dedicated admirers.
Imagine his books are so bad that people are just like, but we just love it, you know?
But it speaks to us. That little primal part of our soul that still feels, you know?
It's like really shit books, though.
Unfortunately, it was too late. I should have been satisfied by this unhoped for fame, and I was not. I began doubting the sincerity of my art. Was it truly desirable to succeed when everything I had at my disposal, money, inspiration, talent, were given by the devil himself? Worse still, the slightest spark of happiness had become loathsome. I had to wallow in my suffering all the time for the magic to work, and it was not without consequence. After some time, the pain eventually corrupted me from the inside and made me lose my mind. I'd lost sight of who I was and what I aspired to be. Because I no longer was the master of my own destiny, I committed the unforgivable, because nothing could satisfy my monstrous appetite anymore. Because it was still not painful enough, I climbed to the top of the lighthouse. Why is it always a lighthouse with these guys? The sky was gorgeous, of a dizzying blue, and I was a slave to fate. In one last moment of clarity, I tried to free myself and end my torments. I jumped. The devil will not get anything from me anymore. The symbolism is important. No shadow appeared on the ground, and I realized with sadness I'd actually already died a long time ago. Oh. A middle-aged man on a stretcher, the one who had once lost his shadow, was lying dead, faceless. The fall from the top of the lighthouse had proved deadly. He'd exploded into 1,000 pieces. His story had ended there. That doesn't look like 1,000 pieces to me. That looks like one big piece. Yet, had he been alive, he would have witnessed a curious sight. When the townspeople had discovered his body, he had been immediately brought to the closest hospital, and he was transported to the morgue. 2 people were looking at his departure with tears. Yet another poor soul we could not save. Forget about it, Marguerite. We would never have been able to arrive on time. Is that Peter and Marguerite? I know all too well. I cannot help feeling sad each time I am confronted with a suicide. It was so brutal. What kind of torments did the man experience to jump into a void like this? I'm afraid he can no longer tell us. All we can do is continue our work in hope of extracting another lost soul from the darkness. You're right, Peter. We have built this hospital to save lives. Our mission is never truly accomplished. Peter uses money to build a hospital. Still, I wonder what has become of my former master. Is he still alive? Has he met his end like this poor corpse? I will never know. All we can hope for is the man without shadow eventually managed to be at peace. One way or the other. No, they did care! The light abruptly vanished. Opening my eyes wide, I realized I'd returned to purgatory. Liz was staring at me with a piercing look. So? I think I finally remember. Most of the key events from my previous life were composed of suddenly came back to me. I feel oddly lighter, more lucid, like I'd been holding my breath for a long period of time. Excellent news! Your flame has been rekindled. You will thus be able to relate a dream and receive a name. Liz looked genuinely relieved for my sake, and her cheerful expression eased all of my fears. Would it bother you if I'm the one giving you a name? Or would you rather return to the village so the decision can be joint? I scratched my face, embarrassed. I would rather let you choose. That way you will be the only one to know my dream. A proud smile took form on the young woman's face. This is an honor, and I want to prove worthy of your trust. I recounted what had come back to me. Liz listened very carefully before standing still in a pensive position. I suppose you were desperate to have an impact on the world. The prospect to live through your books was too alluring. I was naive. I wanted to contribute in my own way and help people. I thought I'd achieved that at the very beginning, but I should never have accepted to suffer in the name of art. It was an unnecessary sacrifice. How can I know my readers were not simply under a spell? How can I know my talent was real? Well, unfortunately, I don't think it was real, because when you did write by yourself, you kind of did really badly. But I mean, people can learn, you know? I am certain that, despite the magic artifacts, your success was genuine. You received money, inspiration, and an incredible creative force. In other words, the power to express yourself. The devil might have been your benefactor, but he was not your conscience. He was not the one who moved every single one of your readers by his voice. In the end, you did not even need this villain to become history. Your friends remembered you. That is true. Is that not the proof that you actually succeeded in what you were trying to do? I died full of regrets. I thought I'd ruined everything. Maybe that's precisely what the devil wanted me to believe. I wish I could have thanked Peter and Marguerite. It's no longer possible, but you still have a second chance. You can stay with us until your turn comes. Concerning your name, what do you think of Faust? That is a pretty name, and I think it does match a person who endured many hardships because of a pact with the devil.
I have no problem with that.
In that case, you now answer to the name of Faust, and will start a new existence among us as a full member of the Shadow Tribe. Follow me. It is time to officially present you. Liz once again stretched a hand towards me with a lovely smile, and I found myself emulating her, almost despite myself. After all, perhaps living in limbo as a shadow would turn out to be less unpleasant than I thought. It took me weeks to integrate the community, but I managed to get used to the Moor's strangeness. There was something almost comical about the situation. A man, who once lost his shadow, had become one in the hereafter. I would regularly seek comfort in the fact that I'd escaped damnation, that tolerating an eternal night was nothing in comparison. As I had settled into a routine, though still rather precarious, a rumor started. Faust, have you heard about the rumor? It said a new shadow just awakened. I closed my eyes and nodded with philosophy. Your name is... Unlock the Soul's Good Ending! Yes! Thus the circle of life and death goes on. An idea goes to sleep, another one wakes up. The cogs turn in an unending motion. But I finally found my place, and that's all that matters. Oh, I guess we're just hanging out there forever. Well. Oh my god. That was a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. But I completely forgot that we'd have this whole ending too, alongside Kiona's ending. That was a good time. I'm so curious about the bear ending now that I know it exists. Like, who the fuck is this guy? And we turn into a bear? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I think the fairy ending is my favorite though. I wasn't expecting that, but I think I liked being a fairy more than anything. Surprise. Wow, what a shock. I just think it was such a cool like introduction of a whole new world and all like, you know, meeting Cersei. I don't know. I thought it was really cool. Not that, you know, I think for Kiona, I think Nahima is like the best ending for her. But for me, I like the fairy ending the most. That was my favorite. But what the fuck is the bear ending? Please. The bear ending is crazy. Okay, we've already seen the credits, so we can skip the credits again. Whoa! Just look at the archives. Did they give us the bear ending? That would have been so crazy. Oh, Vasilisa is an actual story. Okay, wait. Vasilisa the Beautiful. Vasilisa the Beautiful is a Russian fairy tale told by Alexander Afanasyev, whatever, in Russian fairy tales, published for the first time in 1855. It's a story of the eponymous heroine Vasilissa, whose father, an honest merchant, had recently become a widower. Like all fathers in fairy tales, he decides to remarry with a woman who already has children.
Oh, it's another Cinderella story.
Thinking it would give his own daughter some companionship.
It is a terrible mistake. Vasilissa is the prettiest girl in the entire village, so her stepmother immediately takes a dislike to her and forces her to perform all sorts of degrading tasks. Yet in her misfortune, she's not alone, as her late mother left behind a magical doll that helps her in secret. The tale takes a sinister turn when the stepmother takes advantage of the merchant being away on a trip to send Vasilissa in the forest, where Baba Yaga, the cannibal witch, lives. The stepmother even goes as far as forcing her to knock on her hut's door to ask for fire, making sure of her demise. Fortunately, the doll protects the young girl. Nothing of the sort happens. Baba Yaga even begrudgingly agrees to her request. Instead of dying, Vasilissa receives a skull lantern with burning eyes that illuminates her path. When she retraces her steps, convinced that the stepsisters would have found light in the meantime, Vasilissa finds that her family home had been plunged in darkness by a spell. The skull lantern not only brings back the light, its eyes also hunt down the stepmother and her daughters until they burn to ashes, giving them a horrible death. Vasilissa is the name of a Greek origin, which means queen. Queen behavior, to be honest. Okay, what were the other ones? The Widow and Her Two Daughters. Another tale presented by Le Magazine des Enfants, 1756, by Jean-Marie Le Prince de Beaumont. The version of the kind and unkind girls motif, the two sisters here are not pitted against each other, but complement one another. When a poor old woman comes knocking on her door, a widowed mother offers her to rest in her house and asks her two daughters to take care of her. If Blanche clearly reluctantly does so, dissatisfied, she has to share the plumes she has worked so hard to grow. Vermeil appears extremely obliging, yet when the old woman turns out to be a fairy and decides to reward them for their hospitality, the division seems weirdly unfair. While Vermeil is offered a lovely farm to meet her needs, Blanche is predicted to become a queen! Okay, what? For that matter, she instantly catches the eye of a king who hurries to marry her. The reader could think the fairy was mistaken. That is far from the truth. The life of luxury is actually more a curse than blessing. Nobody respects her. The king himself quickly gets bored of his new wife. The situation deteriorates even more as soon as she bears the children. Bedridden, isolated, and scorned, Blanche is near dying of grief until she is allowed to see her sister in the countryside. Upon seeing her happy, she realizes the trick the fairy played on her and decides to never return to the court. I mean, if they both live happily ever after together, then that's even better. That's probably what happened at Genez's castle in that route. Okay. Tebaldo and Doralice. Surprisingly, the tale does not end when Doralice marries Genez and bears his children. In this variation of Donkey Skin, the father also understands the ruse and manages to trace his daughter's whereabouts. That's what happens! Oh, that's where this came from. Instead of sending his men, he goes through the trouble of traveling to England alone and disguises himself as a merchant to get closer to her. The plan that follows is devilishly chilling. Tebaldo opens a store of precious stones that brings him a lot of attention. He then gets invited to the castle, where he manipulates the queen into letting him sleep in her children's bedroom. The servants try to serve him a drugged wine to make him sleep, but he effortlessly avoids this clumsy trap and cold-bloodedly murders his own grandchildren during the night. Insane! Why would you ever let him sleep in the bedroom with your children, though? That's still crazy. Not only does he escape through the window, but he also manages to put the blame on Doralice. Once his crime is accomplished, he cuts his beard and poses as an astrologist. Completely unaware, Genez comes to consult him in the hopes of finding his children's murderer. The fake astrologist takes this opportunity to advise him to search his wife, as he deliberately used her knife. Horrified, the king discovers a murder weapon and sentences Doralice to be buried and devoured by worms! Fortunately, Tebaldo, too sure of himself, goes back to the palace and confesses all his misdeeds to the nurse, why would he do that? Who rushes to warn the king as soon as the opportunity presents.
Easily convinced, Jeanette frees Doralice and decides to raise an army to take revenge against its father-in-law. Let's take some turns. The tale ends on the traitor's death and certainty that the couple will later on have an offspring. Crazy. Oh my god. If there's one thing I learned, it's that I don't like any of these old like fairy tales. I don't think there's been a single nice one. They were all fucked up. Which is probably normal for fairy tales at that time, but you know. God, some of these Disney's completely like babyfied. Anyway, I'm tired. My voice is like so tired. I'm definitely getting sick, so I'm gonna try and like not get sick. I'm gonna try and not get sick for next week. Alright, guys. Well, thank you for joining me for Chronotopia, Second Skin. Wait, why is it called Second Skin though? Second donkey skin? Anyway. That was I really like this vision novel. I think if you haven't seen the entire thing, it's definitely worth a read. It's really, really, really good. And once again proving that princes suck. We had an entire chapter that was just like door 3 Jacopo, and it was kind of insane how much more it was like similar to that. And that was wild. But yeah. In the meantime though, good night. Oh, we're playing fucking what is it? We're playing Beyond Two Souls tomorrow. Anyway, good night.